Yes, my name is Dr. Nadine Barnes. I'm calling in regard to BRD2, the principal who refused to teach the Holocaust in their school. I was a principal myself. I'm retired now. I live in Palm Beach County. And I can't express how important it is that children, students learn about history so it does not repeat itself. I understand that perhaps the curriculum needs to be looked at carefully to assure that it's teaching exactly the goals that need to be taught. But most definitely, this Holocaust must be taught so that it does not repeat itself. I'm sorry that the principal is not broad-minded enough to realize that this is part of world history. And I hope that the committee, the council, and many others will see it the same way. It's important not to forget. Again, my name is Dr. Nadine Barnes. I am a past principal, and I understand a lot of the obstacles that may be in the way, but I think it can be discussed, perhaps by a committee, to present a curriculum that can be taught. It must be taught in school. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Roth. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 in support of the firing of William Lawson, a Holocaust denier. He must not be reinstated. There is no place for an individual in an educational setting who has been willfully blind and ignorant to the horrific facts of the Holocaust. My grandmother gave a first-hand account to my children about the murder of her parents and 4 siblings. And my children know about acceptance and equality and the dangers of hate. How will other students learn from recent history if their education relies upon someone with a deficient knowledge base? The students, your students, deserve the opportunities to know the truths about history so that they may learn from it and prevent future hate.
My name is Rosalie Somsky, and I'm calling in reference to agenda item B like in boy, R like in red, D like in David, number 2. That's a BRD2. I do not want William Lawson rehired in any position in our school board. I know many people who have lived through the Holocaust and are still suffering from what they had at the hands of the Nazis. My sister-in-law's family lived under gravestones to prevent being captured and sent to a concentration camp. Please do not, I repeat, do not rehire William Lawson. Thank you for your time in this matter. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Neil Schwartz, and I live in Palm Beach County, Florida. It also just happens that my children attended Spanish River High School in Boca. My daughter Melissa graduated. My son Perry was in the special ed program. I'm calling regarding item number BRD and the number 2, again, BRD2. I feel it is very important that you not reinstate the high school principal, William Lawson, to a position within the Palm Beach County school system. Denying facts and denying that the Holocaust existed is one of the things that is fundamentally both hurtful in many ways, as well as simply a denial of the facts. Over 6 million Jews, as well as almost 9 million Gypsies and Russians were killed during the Holocaust and during World War II. The fact that William Lawson feels that this is in fact is very troubling. Next, he's going to he won't be willing to admit about Darwin, and he won't be willing to admit about all of a sudden the Big Bang Theory will become, I don't know that it's fact. So it is very important that our educators, especially those at the top, are teaching facts, admitting to facts, and not playing political games in terms of who they may or may not offend. The facts are unmistakable, and therefore William Latson needs to not be reinstated in the Palm Beach County school system. Let him go work somewhere else, but not here in Palm Beach County, especially with the large Jewish population that we have here in Palm Beach, and also the number of Holocaust survivors that are, in fact, living in Palm Beach County. So, again, I oppose the reinstatement of William Latson vehemently and feel that the county school board should not give in to public pressure and not allow him to be reinstated. We must maintain facts and honesty when it comes to teaching our children. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you to the board. I am calling you on behalf of the recent firing to the matter of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal and a known Holocaust denier. My name is David Issaver, and I'm calling from Florida. I'm calling in regarding the agenda item BRD2, and this is a matter of great importance as we have seen an uptick of anti-Semitic incidences. We have systemic anti-Semitism running through this country, and in light of the climate where we are grappling with racism issues, we do not need to reinstate or have any individual that proposes to inspire any of those groups that are filled with hate and deny the existence of group-identified trauma from the past. Please vote no in regard to the reinstation of Latson. I thank you for your time.
My name is Stephen Roth. I'm a resident of Boynton Beach. I am calling regarding agenda item BR2, the reinstatement of William Latson and back pay. As a child of Holocaust survivors, I must object to reinstating Mr. Latson, who claimed that he has no first-hand knowledge of the Holocaust and therefore cannot comment on it. Allow me to comment. There was a Holocaust. Both my parents survived the Holocaust. My family was destroyed by Hitler and his associates. There is no room in Palm Beach County for Holocaust deniers. Again, I object to his reinstatement and certainly any back pay. Thank you.
Yes, I should like to voice an opinion regarding Mr. William Latson and his rehiring. My name is Dr. Lewis Mark, and it is hard for me to believe that the school board is even considering rehiring and reinstating Mr. Latson because he is a known Holocaust denier. It is hard to believe that the school board will do such a thing. In this day and age, it's impossible to consider anyone who denies the Holocaust any sense of honor or truth. It's a well-known and it's a fact. And if your school board is hidden in the policy of hiring people who are such deniers of fact, then it's a sorry state. Thank you very much. I live in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, and have lived here for over 40 years.
Hi, this is Margot Rossman, and I'm calling regarding the agenda of BRD2. William Latson should not be reinstated. Denial of the Holocaust in this day and age is unthinkable, especially for someone who is in charge of the education of our children. Any type of denial, minimization, or trivialization of the Holocaust is merely a tool used to spread hatred about the Jewish people and other minorities, and someone with those views has no business being in education. Please do not reinstate William Latson for the sake of the Holocaust survivors in our community and for the rest of the world, and for the sake of stopping hate. It is an embarrassment to the entire country that this board would reinstate William Latson, showing they are truly not committed to honor the mandate that students will be taught that history is not just made of opinions and that the Holocaust did occur.
This is Howard Perry. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. My comment is I am vehemently opposed to reinstatement of William Latson. I don't understand how anyone, especially an educator, could deny the Holocaust. Such beliefs are a major issue in this country now, reflecting the belief held by many that they can deny the existence of any part of history they don't like or don't want to believe. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jack Herring, and I'm calling to react to the firing of William Latson, the former principal of Spanish River High School, who has been reinstated or is in the process of being reinstated to a position at the school. My position is that he should not be reinstated for what he said about the Holocaust. I guess this is the end of this call. Thank you very much. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Tana Koppel, Copple. I am calling today regarding agenda item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in dog, number 2. I am calling regarding the firing of Principal William Lawson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who has taken the position that the Holocaust is open to debate. He is a Holocaust denier. Denial of the Holocaust is anti-Semitism. I am the granddaughter and daughter of Holocaust survivors and several family members who were murdered in the Holocaust by the Nazis in the concentration camps in Poland and Germany. I am calling today to tell you also, as the mother of 3 public school students in Palm Beach County, Florida, at Suncoast Community High School and Independence Middle School, that it is incredibly upsetting and offensive that we have educators working for our Palm Beach County public school system who are denying the Holocaust, who are debating whether or not it occurred. The Holocaust is fact. It is a historical fact. There is no difference in denying the Holocaust than an educator denying the fact that slavery occurred in this country for 400 years. It is no different than denying the fact that the Spanish Inquisition occurred. It is no different than denying the fact that World War II occurred, that the Rwanda genocide occurred, that the Civil War occurred. How can you public school board members vote to keep an individual who is an educator in our public school system and an anti-Semite and spreading ignorance as a part of our public school community? This man should be fired. He is not a good representative. He is not a good leader. He is not an intelligent human being. To keep him on as part of our public school system is an offense to every person in this community, and especially those of us who have direct and personal contact with the Holocaust. It is the same as denying to the descendants of African slaves in this country that slavery ever occurred. I am appalled that I even have to call and leave you this message. This man needs to be terminated as a employee of the Palm Beach County Public. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, I am calling about William Latson, BRD2, an Holocaust denier is clearly living in an altered reality, and should not be the leader of our school, of our children. I am firmly opposed to him being put back as the principal, and please vote accordingly. I think our community health is at stake. My name is Michael Zimmerman. I live in Boca Raton. Thank you, and goodbye.
My name is Estelle Goldfarb, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. You must not reinstate William Latson at the Spanish River High School. Holocaust studies are not only for the Jews, but it teaches the world about the dangers of prejudice and how far the damage it can do to all races, cultures, and creeds. The principal should attend a Holocaust study class and must meet with survivors and hear their first-hand experiences. I am defending the memory and honor of those who survived this horrible Holocaust.
Hello, my name is Ellen Pollack. I am calling regarding your consideration of reappointing William Latson. This is an insult to the entire Jewish community. He is a very dangerous man, and there should be no position for him in our educational system.
My name is Alex Markovich. This is in regarding agenda item BRD2. I am the grandson of 4 Holocaust survivors. My grandmother had a number tattooed on her arm by the Nazis in Auschwitz. I am appalled that I even have to make this statement in 2020 in Boca Raton, Florida. It is a desecration of my grandparents and Holocaust survivors' memory and dignity that you're debating whether an unapologetic Holocaust denier should be reinstated to a position at the Palm Beach school districts. This man's views are corrosive to a decent society. He has the potential to corrupt a new generation of students. It is repugnant. Those who don't learn from history or deny it are destined to repeat it. We, the people of South Florida, refuse to deny or forget that dark chapter in human history. I urge the board to stand with decent people across our community and the world. Do not condone or approve Holocaust denial. Do not reinstate William Latson. Thank you for your listening. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lipsky. I live in the state of Florida, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm extremely appalled that William Latson would be considered to be given back his job, considering that he denied the Holocaust, and I take that extremely personally. It's definitely happened, and that's not proper education at all. If you can please take in our request to deny his reposition. Thank you.
My name is Michael Colabell. I am against reinstating William Latson. The agenda number is BRD2. I am extremely concerned that someone should deny the existence of a tragedy on humanity, which is the Holocaust, in which many of my relatives I was not able to meet because they were murdered in Auschwitz and Treblinka and Birkenau by the Nazis. Therefore, I would like to strongly object to anybody who is denying the reality of the existence of the Holocaust and its atrocities. I do not wish to have racism in our country, and at this time, a person such as William Latson a Holocaust denier will not only disturb my conscience and my peace of mind for what happened during the Second World War by the Nazis, but also split the country and make it even more separated, and the people will not feel together in this country because of people like William Lasson who are not uniting the people of the United States, but are splitting them into factions, denying reality, and I wish to strongly oppose his reinstatement or any discussion about reinstatement. He should not be part of our government in any office, shape, or form. My name is Michael Kolobel. Thank you.
My name is Marcia Weingarten. This is concerning agenda number BRD2. I am calling about the issue concerning William Lawson. I am appalled that this man denies the Holocaust. What is this to say about this man? Either he is stupid or he is anti-Semitic. Either way, he has no business in the education of our children. I've spoken with Holocaust survivors. I've seen their tattoos on their arms. My heart breaks for them and what they went through just because they were Jewish. As a community, we need to dedicate ourselves to promoting respect for others. Mr. Lawson did not do this. I love Palm Beach County. I hope I can continue to be proud of this community by their decision not to reinstate William Lawson. Thank you very much.
Good morning. This is Martin Wasserstrom. I have a daughter that's at Spanish River, Honey, and I have a son that is an Omni that's going to Spanish River next year. I have two sons that already graduated from Spanish River. I am not in favor of rehiring ex-Principal Lawson. I think it's disgusting that he denies the Holocaust. There's enough testimony by people that have suffered from the Holocaust. There's enough photographs. There's enough documentation of all types that proves that the Holocaust was there. To deny history is to make up history, and that is a problem. Even Walter Cronkite, who was so respected in the 20th century, he was one time a general told him, history happens, but you make history. In other words, you make it up. And that is not right. And people have suffered, and the only way for our civilization to go forward, to know your history, to know where you are, and to look for a future. And to say that the history of the Holocaust didn't happen is we want to change it for a more disgusting way of life, and we've already experienced that right now. People can't have it where they make up history and lies. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this comment is directed towards the hearing about Dr. Lawson today. This is Jordan Fox. I am just submitting a comment to say that I support Dr. Lawson, that as a Jewish student at Spanish River, he always supported me and encouraged me and was instrumental in getting me to where I am today. I just think that he deserves our respect and our gratitude for what he has done for Spanish River and for the school district. And I think that it would be inappropriate and hurtful to fire him from a post that he was just rehired to. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Kathleen Schwab, and I'm calling to ask that you please not reinstate Principal William Latson, who is the Holocaust denier, and I'm surprised that you would even consider having someone like that in the school system with so many Jewish people living around the area, and how incredibly insensitive this is to Jewish people. I hope that you will listen to all the messages I'm sure you're going to get from Jews who live around and who are really offended by this. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Desnick. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am calling because I want the board to vote no in rehiring William Latson. He is a Holocaust denier and cannot be hired. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Tamara Glaser, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I am horrified that a Holocaust denier has been teaching children and there is a consideration of reinstating a person who rewrites history. Quite a large number of my relatives were murdered, along with the rest of the 6 million people, really 12 million others, and 6 million particularly Jews. To deny that and to rewrite history is really not appropriate for a person who can be trusted to guide the minds of children. Thank you very much.
My name is Edward Kurtzer, and I'm calling about William Latson. I believe, being that he is a Holocaust denier, he should be sent to take a course in history rather than be appointed for any position of power. And I hope that whatever appointment he's being considered for will be rejected. Principal of the school especially should certainly not be one who is going to lead a group of young, innocent children with that in mind, that there is a fraud concerning the Holocaust.
Hi, my name is Rachel Loeffler. I'm calling in regards to agenda number BRD2. And I just wanted to say that I can't believe that there are people still in 2020 that don't believe that the Holocaust actually happened. There are so many members of my family, my extended family, who went through it. There's documentation on it. The fact that you would rehire a school board teacher that would say that it's not an historical fact and that it didn't really happen. It's just, it's insane. And it doesn't feel like in this world that we live in, when there's so much around, and there's even so much documentation about it, that those still would not be true. Most people that aren't Jewish need to hear about it, need to know that it'll never happen again. And the fact that you're rehiring someone who can now spread more propaganda and more negative sentiment towards a group of people it's ridiculous. So I hope that this person never gets a job and doesn't have anything to do with the world at large, and especially not have to do with the fact that the Holocaust didn't exist. So shame on you.
This is Dr. Ada Haas. I'm calling about the matter BRD2, reinstating William Latson as a principal of a school. I would like you to know that I am strongly opposed to this. Somebody who denies the Holocaust is not a person qualified to teach students or to lead an institution. I speak as a granddaughter of someone who was of my grandmother, Adele, who died in Auschwitz, gassed in Auschwitz, my Aunt Anna, my Aunt Erna, my Uncle Max, and my Uncle Jacob, all killed during the Holocaust. My father was involved directly. He managed to flee and then to fight in the British Army and against Hitler. There's no question that this all occurred. I've heard from many first eyewitnesses, including from my own family. And somebody who deliberately denies the Holocaust has some evil motivations or is totally ignorant. Either way, he's not qualified to teach children. This person should look into it. He can reform himself. He can make himself a better person, but he cannot take a leadership role with children. And I say this as a pediatrician and someone who understands the obligations of teaching and transmitting knowledge to the next generation. So it's very important that you know that this decision is being watched all over the country by many people, because to have people who are ignorant, racist, anti-Semites, anti-human beings, and they should keep in mind the 50 million people who died during the Holocaust, 6 million Jews, but many, many others. This was a real event out of evil intent, and it should be taught truthfully to children in an effort to prevent it from happening again. So I'm very opposed to his being reinstated. He should look into his own soul and work on himself, but this is not a leader for children or teachers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Jaspi. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2 regarding the rehiring of William Latson by the public school system. I am the grandson of a Holocaust survivor. My grandmother came to this country and she worked for the Board of Ed. She got her education here. She went to college, graduate school, and worked as a librarian for the Board of Ed. And she cherished the diversity in the school system. She taught many Haitian students. She had many colleagues from different ethnicities, races, religions, and she cherished that. And diversity in that respect is valuable and something to cherish. However, there are certain topics that do not require diversity, and diversity of opinion in those topics is abysmal. To say that the Holocaust is a matter of opinion to some people is to tarnish the memory of those who were murdered, the people who lost family members, who came and restarted their lives in this country because this was a beacon of hope for them, a place of freedom, but not a place where the Americans liberated many of these camps, and to come and say that this is a matter of opinion. If you don't put a stop to it now, there will be a time in the future where students will be studying in your public school system whether 9/11 actually happened, it's a matter of opinion, or whether Sandy Hook really happened, or whether the Holocaust really happened. It is a problem. There are certain topics that do not require diversity of opinion. They are fact, and there's no difference of opinion as to who was murdered, how they were murdered. And you really need to uphold the memory of those who were lost. And it's a disservice to the American service members who liberated these camps to be employing someone in a position of authority who teaches students in this country, the next generation, that thinks it's a matter of opinion. Thank you very much.
My name is Sherry Hurst. I live in the state of Florida. I'm calling in regarding agenda item BRD2 regarding Principal Watson being reinstated as a principal after he was discharged due to his what he calls a belief of the Holocaust. I'm calling because the 6 million Jews that were annihilated do not have a voice, and I feel that it's important for me to stand up for them, and the Holocaust is imperative to be taught in the schools in a proper fashion. It's not a belief as he insinuated. It is a factual historical event, a horrible event that took place in history that should be taught to the children. So this should never happen again. I think that it's imperative, even in elementary school, that it could be taught on a level where the children can understand, but in a high school. And as an educator and as a representative of the school board, as he chose to express himself, that he cannot verified and responsible for the education of children. He should be on the forefront of explaining the Holocaust to his students that he is responsible for. And for him to be rehired with back pay is unconscionable. He should be taught that this is not acceptable, and he should not be rehired. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Levine. I can't begin to tell you, and I hope I don't start crying, how emotional and ridiculous it is that you would let Holocaust deniers run a school and be a principal. I am a child of 2 surviving Holocaust, mother and father, loss of my siblings, loss of my grandparents, loss of aunts, uncles, cousins. You can't deny me that. I saw it, I heard about it, I went to Poland, I saw what happened there, and you can't deny this fact. And to allow somebody to deny this fact makes all those people I lost for nothing. The Holocaust happened. It happened and it killed a lot of good people. And I refuse to believe that you would accept a denier over actual facts. I don't care what facts he says he has. I saw. I'm a living proof of Holocaust and their survivors. And you can't allow this Holocaust person into your school system. I pay taxes. I refuse to believe you would do something like that. Again, my name is Susan Levine.
This is in relation to William Latson's firing, and the item number is BRD2. My name is Lynn Borislow, and I think it is absolutely a disgrace if this man is rehired. How could anybody not say that the Holocaust existed? Please, please, there has to be a stop to this. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
My name is Mark Berenson. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the rehiring of Principal Latson, who has made statements to the effect that he denies the Holocaust. Our family is Jewish. We would we would never believe that there wasn't a Holocaust with all the witnesses and historical evidence. It's like saying that the earth is flat and arguing that. We believe he should not be rehired, although we do not deny his right to express his opinion under the First Amendment. But we certainly do not want him in our school system making those kinds of statements and being a Holocaust denier. And that is our statement. Thank you for accepting our comments.
This is with regards to William Latson. My neighbor had tattoos on his forearm from growing up in Nazi Germany, watching his family being shot during the Holocaust. William Latson needs to actually visit Holocaust survivors. Please do not rehire William Latson as an educator or administrator. This is Henry Gold, and I'm from Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Avi Lieberman. I'm calling on agenda item BRD2. I'm calling to oppose the rehiring of said principal for the school. 4 of my grandparents are Holocaust survivors. I find it appalling that someone with that position of heading a school could have such a thought or such thoughts to think that the Holocaust did not occur. It's appalling, and that should not be allowed. Thank you.
I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My name is Felice Rockoff, and I live in Palm Beach County. I am not happy
that you would reinstate a Holocaust denier. I believe that it is not proper, because how can such a person be a school leader, as he was a principal, or also work to educate children? Children must be educated to understand the Holocaust in order to prevent any future Holocaust for any people. So how could he possibly say that there are people who are saying that it's not true? Listen to the man's own words. Listen to what he said, and then take it from there. He cannot possibly be reinstated to any position in Palm Beach County. As a taxpayer, as a parent, a grandparent, a citizen of Palm Beach County in Florida and the United States of America, I resent the fact that you would even consider to reinstate him. Thank you for listening to my words. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Barbara Shear, S-H-E-A-R. This is in regard to Agenda BRD2. I do not believe William Latson should be a teacher or administrator or any position in the school district. Thank you for your consideration, but the Holocaust is an indisputable historical fact. There were 9 million people killed, 6 million Jews, 3 million others brutally slaughtered. Students need to understand man's inhumanity to man so it does not happen again. Thank you very much. Bye.
Good morning. This is Matthew Brower, M-A-T-T-H-U-W-G-R-A-U-E-R, calling in reference to BRD2. BRD2, Ford, Robert, Dog, number 2. I'm embarrassed to have to leave this voicemail, but unfortunately I do believe that it is reflects very negatively on the Palm Beach Board of Education to have to consider reinstating the principal.
Hi, my name is Leah Pincus. I was calling about agenda topic BRD2, the vote for former principal Latson. If I'm saying that correctly, if not, I apologize. I just wanted to make the comment that it's painful to even hear that this vote is happening. And I'm sure that a lot of people agree with me that you can't trust someone to be in charge of educators who doesn't even know his history, given that he neglects to admit that the Holocaust even happened. So please don't let someone who's obviously not educated or considerate enough to acknowledge that be in charge of the education of children who are our future. Again, my name is Leah Pincus. This is for BRD2, that's the agenda number, and thank you for letting me leave my comment. Bye.
My name is Daniel Ross, calling regarding the former high school principal, William Latson, who's apparently an anti-Semite Holocaust denier. It's disgraceful and despicable to reinstate this individual, and the individuals that are in favor of voting him back should also be removed from their positions. It's just not acceptable. It doesn't need to be explained. So, as a member of the community and decent human being, this phone call shouldn't even have to happen, but please make sure to vote no and not allow these people to have a platform anywhere. Thank you.
Good morning, Palm Beach County Board of Education. This is Beverly Skolnick calling to put my thoughts in to relinquish William Lawson as the principal of the Spanish River School. He should be fired immediately for his Holocaust denial remarks, and I hope that it will take place. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello. I am calling on agenda item BRD2. My name is Michelle DeBrow. I was calling because I am very disappointed that this is being up for vote. I want it to be known and heard that I do not want him to be allowed back into the education system to educate our children, because William Lawson denied the Holocaust, which means that that is a discriminatory act against Jewish people. So to allow somebody in the education system to teach children that goes against everything the education system is about, which is about not only that every child can learn and grow and teach, but it is also about not discriminating against anyone based on religion, sex, gender, ethnicity, and more. And by denying the Holocaust happened is not only just denying science and facts, but it is also an anti-Semitic discriminatory act, because it is just denying how many Jewish people have suffered and leading more into the stereotypes and propaganda of Jewish people being okay and running the world. That is the first step into that propaganda. I believe it would benefit William Lawson if he educated himself more on the Holocaust. And World War II was a part of it as well. That was one of the biggest parts of World War II, was the Holocaust. And I would love it if he talked to survivors and went to different Holocaust museums so he can understand his true discriminatory act. He should not be allowed to teach children when he is discriminating and going against everything the education system is about. In case I didn't state my name earlier, my name is Michelle DeBrow.
My name is Judith Sachs. I'm calling in regard to agenda item number BRD2 in reference to William Lawson. I am appalled to think that anybody would reinstate a person who is so uneducated as he appears to be. His ignorance of the Holocaust and what took place in Europe between 1933 and 1945 is appalling. The school system has no place for ignorance from a person who is there to teach and to encourage and to mold the minds of our young people. I would ask him, at a time when our country is in such chaos and so politically divided, does he not realize the need to teach tolerance, celebrate differences? The Holocaust took place. Nobody could deny it. Mr. Lawson should be forced to spend time in a senior center where the diminishing number of Holocaust survivors gather. Let him see the numbers tattooed on their arms. Let him hear about the horrors they experience and experience in their dreams to this day. Let him hear about the loss of children, parents, siblings, friends, and so forth. The order of events has long been clear. The road to Auschwitz wound up from hateful propaganda, and today we have to fear social media as it spews hateful propaganda and perhaps Holocaust denial. The Nazis classified, discriminated, segregated human beings, most of them because of the religion that they practice. They came to round up deportations, they had mass murders, they exterminated millions, not only of the Jewish faith, but they exterminated thousands of probably more than thousands of handicapped and mentally retarded and gypsies and Jehovah's Witnesses, including 1.5 million Jewish children. Has Mr. Latson visited a Holocaust museum or a concentration camp? Has he seen a crematorium? It is time for him to be educated, and there is no place in our school system for somebody who is so ignorant of history. I would implore the board to make him step down and take the well-being of our students into consideration. Thank you very much.
Good morning. This is Naftali Herman calling from Boca Raton. We're calling regarding BRD2, regarding the vote tonight, the revote, regarding the school principal who denied the Holocaust. It's really a very straightforward issue, one that really should not even be deliberated or spoken to such extent. It's straightforward. This should be an easy one. This should be obvious. We still have survivors here in our own county who have numbers tattooed to their arms. We don't need greater proof or greater evidence for an individual in a leadership position to take such a stance. And we still have the survivors here. It's ludicrous. It's really something, it's scary to think that such a comment could be made here in our own community. I truly hope that the board will take this into consideration and recognize that a precedent needs to be set here. A lesson needs to be learned. So anyone who denies any atrocity that has happened, whether in our own history or the world history, we have to keep history for what it is and not change it. This individual deserves the initial consequence that he received. He should not be allowed to return back to work. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling regarding the board, the BRD2. My grandchildren graduated from Spanish River High School. How dare them have that principal reinstated? This is what's happening in the United States. Everything, they're changing history. Well, I want to change history. I want to say slavery never happened. There was no slavery in the United States. Even the people that signed the Constitution never had slavery. How dare them not teach the Holocaust? My husband taught for 35 years in the city public school and high school. He had a fight in New Dorp High School in Staten Island to have them teach the Holocaust. My name is Lois Schwartz. Well, my husband is Henry Schwartz. I'll give you my phone number, 561-416-1973. I know you're not going to use it, and I know they're not going to listen to us. This is what's happening in the United States, okay? You all want to be a socialist country, but let me tell you something. Be careful what you wish for. Be very careful.
My name is Arlene Levitt. I'm calling about BRD2. I am calling about William Latson, that he should not be rehired. How dare he deny the Holocaust? There were 6 million lives lost, Jewish lives. Besides Jewish lives, there were other lives lost. And this man is denying this and not allowing this to be taught in the schools. How dare he? I think this man should be let go. He is not a proper educator and does not serve any purpose in this school district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Parkell. I'm from New York. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, that's B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David, and the number 2. And I would just like to say that I think it would be truly shameful to allow William Latson, who was fired for sending an email to a parent in which he said he could not say the Holocaust was a factual historical event. I just believe that it would be truly shameful if this teacher were to be reinstated, and he was, and I think that's it would not be right for him to be reinstated as a public education teacher teaching children that a factual event that affected the entire world in World War II and an entire people, a genocide, would be allowed to teach in a public school and teach the next generation of children. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Judy Tempkin. I'm a parent and a grandparent in the area of Boca, and I'm calling regarding Agenda BRD2. I think it is outrageous that someone would be considered for the role of principal that is a Holocaust denier. The Holocaust happened. I have relatives that perished in the Holocaust. I heard stories firsthand from Holocaust survivors. It happened. There is no place for hate in public schools. Anyone that doesn't believe the truth of what happened in our history should not be in charge of children, especially in Boca, where there is a large Jewish population. And even if the children, if there wasn't a large Jewish population, denying anything truthful is such as denying the Holocaust. It's hateful, and there's no place for that in our school system. And I am strongly against rehiring a Holocaust denier as a public school principal. It is outrageous. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lenore Weinstein. I'm a Miami Beach resident, but I wanted to say that I am appalled at the possibility that you would rehire the principal who denied the Holocaust. I am definitely against this. I think it sends the wrong message to your students, to your parents, to the public in general, and the world. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. Jeffrey Gold. I'm a clinical professor of medicine. I reside in the state of Pennsylvania. Please do not rehire William Latson. He's an overt racist. Prejudice has no role in education. The fact you're going to consider rehiring a Holocaust denier is extraordinary. It's just unbelievable. This man should have no role in education whatsoever, no role in working with the teachers at all. He should not be an administrator. If anything, he should be in jail. Because when you teach lies to people, other kids will start believing in the lies they're taught. Instead, teach the truth. There's no role for hatred. There's no role for racism. There's no role for prejudice. Please do not rehire William Latson. He's the wrong role for education. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mady Kaiser. I wish to speak on item BRD2 about rehiring Principal William Latson. I urge you not to rehire him. We cannot have a Holocaust denier in the public system. My parents were in Europe, and I have relatives that perished in the Holocaust. There is no question that this tragedy happened. I do not expect a Holocaust denier in the school system. Thank you very much.
This is Dr. Dope Pickholtz. I'm speaking on behalf of BRD2 that William Larson should not be reinstated at all. As a high school principal, Indeed.com puts it that the principal is the head of the administrative team within a school that's responsible for overseeing the daily operations of the institution. They coordinate staff schedules, oversee development of curriculum, and enforce school policies relating to themes like discipline and safety. 2 years ago, Mr. Larson wrote to a parent that he can't say that the Holocaust was factual, that not everyone believes that the Holocaust happened. This is patently untrue. We do know that history shows that it did happen, and to state such is not safe. It is not true, and this individual should not be a leader in the community and certainly not a high school principal. The denial of verified history rips into the fabric not only of reality, but also the efforts of the U.S. allies took to end the atrocities of Nazi Germany. It's unpatriotic. This falsehood's origin stems from anti-Semitism. It's an effort to downplay the magnitude of the atrocities of these murders. It is false, and it is very unsafe to change history. It is a form of hate speech that undermines everything that children go to school to learn. Mr. Larson debased himself. He abdicated his role as a role model, and the current efforts to prop him back up to that position is completely unacceptable. And this is no longer a referendum on what he said, but rather on what the Board of Education believes. In regards to back pay, which insinuates that he should not have been fired to begin with, this is, again, not a reflection on Mr. Larson, but those who support his actions. It is a mirror of the Board of Education. Since time immemorial, we understand that there's a difference between positive and negative reinforcement, and this is needing to be extinguished. This needs to be put down and said this is not acceptable. So as you guys currently re-examine your course of actions, I beg of you on behalf of the victims of the Holocaust who cannot speak for themselves, on behalf of all the children who are looking forward to growing up and being responsible adults, do not rehire this man. And I leave you with President Eisenhower's very own first-hand testimony, who said that if in the future anyone tends to look at the Holocaust as it never happened, he himself was there, and let that never be done. Basically, look at any history book. You can't deny history. You cannot support anyone who sits there and is a horrible, horrible example and refuses to stand up for the truth. And you as board members cannot sit there and to support him, because to let evil triumph simply because good men and women stood by and did nothing to stop it, I ask you, do something and stop it. Thank you.
I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2, B as in boy, R as in rabbit, D as in David, number 2. My name is Justin Rosenthal, and I'm calling as a child of a Holocaust survivor, I'm appalled to hear that there's a possibility of the reinstatement of William Lawson, who was the principal for Spanish River High School. I think it's appalling. His clear denial of the Holocaust and clear anti-Semitism has no room in our school, in our community, and I would vigorously ask the board to deny the request to have him come back. Not acceptable, and we need to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Cassia Fialkoff. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My position is that William Lawson should not be reinstated. We should not have anybody that is a Holocaust denier in any capacity of our educating our youth in this state. Thank you.
Hello, this is Betty Zalewski calling from New York regarding agenda item BRD2. I am a granddaughter of 2 Auschwitz survivors, and the thought that there would be Holocaust deniers in our world within seconds of my grandmother passing away this past summer is horrifying and really atrocious. And I heard firsthand the horrors that they went through. And this agenda item has got to be changed. Thank you for listening. Bye.
Hi, I'm calling on agenda topic BRD2. I understand William Lawson refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened, and you're planning on reinstating him or voting about reinstating him. That is a disgrace. Unfortunately, Mr. Latson's family was not destroyed or murdered in the Holocaust, but mine were. And the fact is that it did occur. And he's supposed to be an educator. An educator should realize that what he is doing is absolutely disgusting. Please, please do not reinstate him. Let our children get a good education. They deserve the truth. Thank you. My name is Sandra Kessler.
Eitan Schreier calling from the state of New York regarding agenda item BRD2 regarding the reinstating of one William Latson to the Spanish River High School, returning to become principal. Whether or not you believe that he denies the Holocaust or he just feels that it's an exaggeration, the belief that something of that significance can be downplayed, I really don't understand the difference between somebody saying, oh, slavery wasn't that big a deal. And of course, we'd be all up in arms if somebody, God forbid, said something like that, even in the state of Florida. So please, consider, forget about the emotions. Consider what this means to the free world, to have somebody like this teaching our children ideas that don't reflect on society. And you mentioned speaking with civility. I mean, just ask this fellow to look into Nazi Germany from the period of 1939 to 1944-45. Civility? You want me to talk with civility when somebody like this feels that the definition of civility can include Nazi Germany?
Good morning. My name is David Cutler. I am calling you this morning as a Palm Beach County resident and voter, and I respectfully and strenuously urge the school board to reject the reinstatement of William Latson. It is unconscionable to allow any individual who is a Holocaust denier to serve in any official capacity in Palm Beach County or, in my view, anywhere else. In many countries around the world, denying the Holocaust is a criminal offense, punishable by fine and or even imprisonment. And yet the school board is seeking to reinstate this individual after rightly terminating his employment initially, which in my view and the view of many thousands of this county's citizens is an abomination and a tremendous insult not only to people of the Jewish faith, but to all civilized and decent human beings. Please do not reinstate Mr. Lawson and do not support those who would try to deny one of the most egregious acts of genocide in human history. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Kane. This is in regard to Agenda B as in boy, R as in Richard, D as in David 2, regarding the former Spanish River High School principal who is a Holocaust denier. I am a granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor. The Holocaust is real. For anyone to deny it is ignorant, naive, really does not know their research, and is just blatantly hurtful to all the millions of the survivors. And I am not just talking about the Holocaust survivors, but their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren. Unfortunately, my grandfather passed away last year thank God, at the age of 96 years old. He lived through 9 different concentration camps. He burdened the pain of every day knowing that he would never see his family again. He lost everyone, to be shipped off from Poland afterwards, after the war, to Switzerland, to finally being able to make it into America, where he had my father and my aunt to be able to survive and give my father and my aunt the life. My father now has 6 kids, and I am one of them, and to be able to know that, that we are here, we are still alive, and Hitler and the Nazis tried to destroy us, and for anyone to try to ignore it or to try to believe that it never happened is just beyond hurtful, ridiculous, and I am here to make sure that he never becomes principal ever again. He is supposed to be an educator, and the fact that he knows no education and to be able to try to lead students into this world with this falsified education means he should never be principal to begin with. I hope that you never make him a principal ever again. I hope that he loses his education license, and, he's just a bad man to ever think things like that. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Kane, and this is for the Agenda BRD2.
Yes, hello. My name is Nancy Dershaw. I am the president and founder of Next Generations of Holocaust Survivors here in Palm Beach County. I am calling in reference to the BRD2 as far as reinstating the ex-principal of Spanish River. I hope that the board will look at this and vote on not reinstating him as a child of 2 Holocaust survivors. This is unacceptable to all of those who were murdered during the Holocaust and those who survived. This cannot happen. This academic person cannot be there for our students, cannot be there for us. Please have the board members vote no to reinstating him. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Marks. I'm from New York. I'm speaking on the agenda topic B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David, number 2. BRD number 2, to rescind the vote that will reinstate William Latson. I am a Jewish educator who in 2009, I went on a March of the Living trip. I visited the concentration camps at Auschwitz, Majdanek, and Treblinka. I saw it happen. And if we forget to teach that it happened, history will forget. And that will teach us that it can happen again. And the next time it happens, if we don't speak up, it might be happening to any one of you, your families, your background. We cannot let that be. I insist that you rescind that vote reinstating William Latson. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, this is Jonathan Applebaum. I'm calling in regard of agenda item BRD2. This person should not be reinstated to be in charge of children. We are losing Holocaust survivors day by day where there might not be any left to speak up for people. But we do have history books, photographs, and videos of everything that happened during the Holocaust. So for this person to be denying the truth should not be influencing anyone. So if you could please not reinstate William Lawson, that would be the best interest for all children. Plus, I am a world history teacher at Don Estrich Middle School. We learn from mistakes in history. We don't repeat mistakes. Denying that something happened would be repeating a mistake. Thank you.
I'm speaking on agenda item BRD2. My name is Natalie Engel, and now I preside in Pasco County, Florida. As a former employee of the Palm Beach County School District, I was very upset to read in the Tampa newspaper about the principal of Spanish River High School in Boca Raton. It is a disgrace to learn that a principal could not handle the situation in an educated way. Where did he get his education? I question whether he and others who attended his college were not well educated about history. Anti-Semitism may never go away, but students look up to school administrators. Mr. Latson's statement about a horrific situation was a total disgrace. If this is truly how he feels, it's very sad. However, to treat or question the existence of the Holocaust as though it never existed is a total disrespect not only to his lack of knowledge, but to the entire Palm Beach County School District. I helped set up the Holocaust program in Palm Beach County, and those lucky enough to have survived with tattoo numbers on their arms spoke to our students. With the world as it is today, an employee at any level who refuses to believe that the Holocaust existed should be re-educated and sent to the Holocaust Museum and visit Auschwitz. If Mr. Latson is reinstated by the Palm Beach County School District Board, it, as far as I'm concerned, is the worst decision that you ever made. Mr. Latson should be never allowed to continue at any level in any educational facility. Thank you for your time. Hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diane Gelman. I live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Please vote not to rehire William Latson. This is agenda item BRD2. He is the former Spanish River High School principal, the Holocaust denier. I feel that someone who is in such a high position, who is influencing children, who is involved with hiring teachers and setting the tone of what happens in a school district, that they should not be spreading false propaganda. I also feel that the reason General Eisenhower, at the time when the Holocaust was over and they were freeing the concentration camps, the reason that he had his picture taken at the concentration camps with released prisoners was to show that he said that years from now people will deny that this thing ever happened, and he wanted to show that it did happen by having his picture taken in this situation and having it there for the record. This is too much of an important topic to allow this man, William Latson, to return to his position. He has too much power. I don't know if he's a white supremacist or what, but he's certainly uninformed. And this isn't the type of person that you want to have power and control as a principal in a high school. Thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Diane Butterf, Boynton Beach, Florida, and BRD2 is the item that I'm referencing. I am personally very concerned about the idea of having a teacher in the classroom who simply decides to self-edit history. Fact is fact. When it comes to the Holocaust, unfortunately, in the horror of it, it took place. And to have someone who is teaching the next generation these precious minds and hearts and souls, and have someone who has this one element that he has decided not to believe. Who knows what else he doesn't believe or does believe. There is much, I don't deny him his right to his thoughts, and there is much valuable that he can do in the world. I have no doubt. I don't judge him for it. It's just not a good idea to have someone who feels the right to edit history in terms of black and white. It took place or it didn't take place. In this day and age, we need people who will at least listen to all points of view and acknowledge what actually has happened. That's it. I thank you for your service, and much love. Again, Diane Butter. I said don't leave a telephone number, so I won't. And thank you.
Jane Applebaum, BRD2, regarding reinstatement of Spanish River principal, Holocaust denier. Please do not reinstate somebody who cannot accept Holocaust as happening, and that needs to be taught so we never, ever forget. Many of our family members lived or died in the Holocaust. Jane Applebaum, please do not reinstate. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling in reference to Agenda BRD2. My name is Edward Reichenberg. I am a resident of Boca Raton, Florida. I'm asking you not to rehire, to reconsider hiring Principal Latson as a son of someone who went through the Holocaust. It's imperative that we do not allow somebody who can't acknowledge that the Holocaust happened to teach our children. That is unthinkable. I don't want to see anyone that gets fired ever. I'm very reluctant to ask for this. But the fact that he has not apologized fully to the Jewish community, the fact that he has not come out and said that he wants to learn more about the Holocaust and to teach the Holocaust and to make sure it's part of the agenda, which it should be according to Florida law. So therefore, I ask you please not to rehire a Principal Lawson. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Anna Cohen. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, and I would like my comments recorded in the public records. I live in Boca Raton. I'm actually one of the founding families of a Boca Raton area by the Boca Raton Synagogue. I've been in the community for over 35 years, and I am calling regarding this agenda item, which is it's being brought up tonight, whether William Lawson will be reinstated as the principal at Spanish River High School, of which I live very close to Spanish River High School. I think it is tragic that a high-level position such as principal should be awarded to a person who denies the Holocaust, denies history, denies the tragedy that occurred. It truly is a travesty for all the souls that were murdered through the Holocaust, and also the few survivors that did manage to recover from such a horrific historical event. He denies history, and that is not the way an educator should behave, nor it shows that he's not educated. And it shows that, in that position, I would say in that community, which is a very large Jewish community that would be considered, but anywhere in the country, a person of that position should be knowledgeable enough or do the research and then come back with his learnings, shows growth, and is an example to the students. But to say that he cannot deny the Holocaust denies history. And I am strongly opposed to reinstating him in that position. He is not deserving of it. Please record this, my opinion, and I appreciate your time. And I pray that you make the right decision, the right moral decision, the right decision of leadership in the community. This is a man who's at the helm in educating students, and certainly he should be knowledgeable on history. Thank you very much. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Marks. I live in New York State. I want to address the agenda topic of your rehiring of Latson's please disregard this message. I'm going to send an email. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tomas Lefkowitz. My parents, both my father and my mother, were Holocaust survivors. My mother's family, over 93%, were murdered in Auschwitz. And my father's, about 80%, were murdered in Auschwitz. To have the gumption on agenda item BRD2 to see if you continue with your stand of getting rid of a Holocaust denier is really a reach. If you'd like to hear my story, you can find me on the internet. Tomas, that's Thomas without an H, Lefkowitz. My mother, Elizabeth Lefkowitz, was interviewed by CNN several times, and something about her was brought up in January in CNN for the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. Anybody who denies the Holocaust existed ought to be banned from educating students. It's a revisionist just to mold it to his beliefs. And I am shocked that they're trying to give him another shot at reinstating the Holocaust denier. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rachel Draman. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 about firing Principal Lawson about his comments, his about denying the Holocaust. Thank you.
I am calling about BRD-2 agenda item regarding the reinstatement of Superintendent Lawson. I am appalled at the prospect that someone who denies factual information and is in a position to educate our young people about the Holocaust does not believe that the Holocaust happened. As a child of Holocaust survivors who lost my entire family, I cannot tell you how appalled I am that this man can question this when the information is clearly available to him, and he still continues to maintain his position. This is not a matter of choice. It isn't a matter of anyone who is a legitimate scholar questioning this. It is simply a matter of anti-Semitism and should not be tolerated in any way, just as no one would deny the existence of slavery. No one should deny the existence of the Holocaust, the most egregious genocide of our modern history. My name is Aileen Yolcutt, and I cannot urge the board too strongly to remove this man from having a possibility of influencing our young people, the next generation, who will then also be allowed to question what is established fact. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that you will take the proper action.
Yes, my name is Jean Werner, W-E-R-N-E-R. I'm calling regarding the bill BRD2. I am pleased to not rehire Mr. Latson, L-A-T-S-O-N, as an educator. He should have known better that the Holocaust did happen. I have relatives that have been through the Holocaust, and I don't understand how someone with his education should even make a remark that he doesn't think the Holocaust ever happened and it's not an historical event. He should not be rehired, being an educator himself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rabbi Jason Barak. I work in Spanish River as the Jewish Student Union sponsor for the club. We are the largest Jewish student body in the school. Currently, I'm calling in regard to case reference BRD2, which is in reference to reinstating William Latson as the principal in Spanish River. I am adamantly against this reinstatement and would ask that everyone would vote no, not to reinstate William Latson, period. My argument that I would make is if such a statement was claimed for a different community in an opposite way, especially in a place of education, when it comes to historical fact, this person would be let go in any other reference. And I think that this should be fairly done in this case as well. I also think that in a school which is very prominently Jewish, historical education, accurate education is of the utmost priority as well. And lastly, the last thing I would state here is that there is mountains of evidence that shows that the Holocaust has happened. I have a personal family who have experienced the atrocities of what had gone down in Nazi Germany, and it is offensive to the utmost respect to put an individual like this in a high position in education when it comes to when this is an educational, historical, factual thing. This should not be a thing that is talked about in any manner of denial, and there should be no adherence to something like this. We should have no sensitivity to these appalling words. Thank you so much for your time today, and I urge again to please vote no, not to reinstate William Latson. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you so much for listening to my message.
My name is Sally Aaron, and I hope you reconsider the decision to rehire William Latson. He was fired, and he denies that the Holocaust was factual. The Holocaust did exist, and believing that it didn't is anti-Semitic. My name is Sally Aaron, and I feel very strongly about the matter. Thank you.
I'm calling with regard to the Spanish River High School principal being reinstated. My name is Marla Kessler. I'm a resident of Boca Raton. I find it appalling that he would be considered to be rehired. If this man does not believe the Holocaust happened, then he has his head in the sand. There are museums around the world and proof on people's arms that the Holocaust happened. The Germans, the Nazis admit that it happened, that they did what they did to exterminate 6 million Jews. If he doesn't believe that it happened, he does not belong in a public school as a principal anywhere. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Ben-Smean, and I'm calling regarding William Latson. I'm the former Spanish River High School principal who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. I do not think that he should be let back into the school to be teaching and promoting and the Holocaust deniers. Thank you very much.
My name is Harriet Ginsburg. I'm from New Jersey. I'm calling about item BRD2 in reference to the principal of Spanish High School, the Holocaust denier. It's very hard to believe in this day and age that someone would deny something like this with all the information that's out there, with all their survivors of this. And in education today, someone who is responsible for our children's education would be in this position, and it's a sad state of affairs for Florida. I hope this person will not be rehired. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Daniela Ajad. I'm calling in regards to agenda topic BRD2 with concerns that the school board is going to be willing to allow someone who openly denies the Holocaust, a historical event that took the lives of so many people, to be reinstated and teach children and further his belief system through young, impressionable children, which is really, really a scary thought. I really hope that you guys reconsider this reinstatement and do not allow him to teach children, as he openly denies a historical event, and anyone that does so does not belong in the education system, especially not a taxpayer education system. Thank you.
Hello, this is Josh Gold. I'm calling in regards to agenda item BRD2. I strongly feel that the reinstatement of William Laster should not occur due to his comments and beliefs of being a Holocaust denier. It is not in the best interest of the public school district and children to be around an individual who has denied a horrific time during world history and continues to deny it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Miriam Vegas, and I'm calling in regards to agenda item BRD2 regarding the firing of William Lawson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who was fired on account of denying the Holocaust. It's come to my attention that it is being considered, that he should be rehired. So I'm calling against that. I think that's a tremendous mistake. I don't even know what to say, but I am calling to vote against that. As the second generation or third generation, rather, survivor of the Holocaust, it's unfathomable to me that an educator of a principal of the school could do something so ridiculous and dangerous as denying the Holocaust. I mean, I don't even have words. I really just don't. I can't believe I'm making this phone call in America when we still have survivors that are alive. I mean, I'm scared for the next generation. When there's no one alive who can actually attest to the atrocities that were committed in the Holocaust. For someone in a position of power in an educational facility to be denying atrocities that happened in history not so long ago, I mean, someone like that is, in my opinion, not worthy of carrying that position. You cannot deny history, especially something as dangerous as the Holocaust. That is how things like this get repeated, through denial and lack of education. The new generation needs to be properly educated on what has happened, why it is wrong, and why it can never happen again. And putting people like this, in authoritative roles, I mean, it's beyond ridiculous. It's extremely dangerous. Thank you very much for listening to me.
My name is Rena Cole. I am calling from New York. I have a lot of family in Palm Beach and Palm Beach County and Boca, and I had to call and leave a message regarding the revote on the firing of William Lassen. It is unconscionable that this is even a question, that you have to question whether this man deserved to be fired. I'm speechless. I have never made one of these phone calls before, but in this day and age, for anybody to claim that he cannot state unequivocally that the Holocaust is a factual event is unbelievable. I would sincerely hope that the board tosses this and maintains his firing.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lindsay Nadell, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 with the rehiring of Principal William Latson. I do believe that I would like you to consider not rehiring him, as he has denied the Holocaust, and unfortunately my family has perished in the Holocaust, and to have a leader teach children about untruths and not having them teach about hatred and the murdering of innocent people is quite disturbing. I can't imagine having a leader teach our children about things that didn't happen. We have to teach our children about the danger of hatred, nationalism, etc. Please consider this when not rehiring him. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Hagler. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the revote regarding William Lawson. I would like to very, very, very strongly urge you, please vote no to rehiring him. Two of my grandparents were Holocaust survivors. Their entire families, besides for them, all were killed in the Holocaust in Poland. My mother is only child of those two grandparents who survived the Holocaust, and she grew up hearing about it her entire life. It affected her entire life. Through that, it affected all of our entire lives. It's unbelievable that rehiring somebody like this who denies such a horrific event in history occurred is even being considered, and I strongly urge you to not rehire him so that he could spread these hateful lies to all of the children that he's educating. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Thielman. I'm a resident of Florida here in the Boca del Rey area. I am vehemently opposed to the rehiring of William Lawson. It's an embarrassment that our community would even consider rehiring this individual. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judith Barbman. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, a revote for William Lawson. Please do not vote him back. He is a Holocaust denier. My 96-year-old grandma, thank God, living well, is a Holocaust survivor. He could not be backed as a principal of these schools with all these Jewish children. Please do not reinstate him. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ya Alliance. I grew up in Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm extremely saddened to hear what is on the agenda by BRD2. There is somebody that may be able to go back to work after denying the Holocaust, something that is extremely offensive to my family and my people. My great-grandparents watched their children be shoved into ovens and taken to crematoria. My great-grandfather lost 9 children in the Holocaust and a wife. He was able to rebuild himself after the war, and it is my legacy, and it is up to me to make sure that nobody ever denies whatever happened to him. Please reconsider having this man work in a school. This is terrible, offensive, and super hurtful to the Jewish people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miriam Roth, and I'm calling in regard to agenda topic BRD2 in regarding reinstating William Lawson as school principal of Spanish River High. I strongly oppose this move as he made extremely offensive and untrue statements about the Holocaust that took place less than 80 years ago. My grandfather is a survivor of that Holocaust. He was in Auschwitz. He has a tattoo on his arm to prove it. And anyone that denies the Holocaust should not only be considered a hate crime, but should definitely not be a principal of a school, especially in such a civilized neighborhood and civilized area as South Florida, where there are thousands of Jews living and residing, and many of these are Holocaust survivors or children or grandchildren of Holocaust survivors. This really is a hate crime. This needs to be recorded as a hate crime, and he does not deserve to be reinstated as principal. I can't even imagine if roles were reversed or if there was any other group of people who was spoken out about against, if this would continue to move forward, there would be riots and uproars everywhere. So please consider this. Please consider the 6 million Jews that perished in the Holocaust. Consider the survivors who had to restart their lives, who had to start with nothing, with tons of trauma after loss of their families, after years of torture and abuse and starvation, and consider the children and grandchildren and now great-grandchildren of these survivors who have had to endure, endure this type of behavior that's just unheard of, truly unheard of, to deny the Holocaust as there are still survivors walking amongst us. Please consider this request to not reinstate Mr. William Lawson, and thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jamie Jaffe. The Holocaust did happen. It was a horrible time in history. It should be taught in the schools to all the children so that something like this can never happen again to anybody. Thank you.
I think this principle should not be reinstated. As we all learn about the Holocaust in our lives, and I have done so being a 78-year-old man, I find this very upsetting as you have all these Jewish children in your classrooms whose great-grandparents have suffered at the hands of the German army during World War II. Please have him removed and stay removed. I thank you for your comment. My name is Stanton Shapiro, and God bless all the children and teachers.
My name is Joanne Patterson. I'm from Connecticut. I don't need 3 minutes. I understand that you're voting whether or not to reinstate the principal, Lawson, who's made news across the nation for teaching and allowing his personal theories about Holocaust denial to influence the students of your high school, and I'm very much against it. This is just the most, it's just another form of anti-Semitism, and he should not be allowed to have his personal beliefs influence all these students. Please do not reinstate him. The whole country is watching. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danielle Ehrlich, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'd like to make a statement that no child should have to feel like a member of leadership of their community or their school, the place where they should feel safe every single day, should feel that anyone is denying something that's true to their history and their people's history. I am a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and there's no way that anyone should make someone feel like the loss of their family and such an awful and atrocious piece of history never happened. And the fact that Mr. William Lawson is communicating with members of his community in a way where he's even slightly or subtly making them feel as if he does not believe that it's factual should not be something that anyone should have to deal with. He can, do this in his own time if he feels a certain way, but he should not take place as the principal of a school or make anyone feel that there's any doubt of the matter. That's not okay whatsoever, and he should not have the responsibility or the honor of being a principal of a school and ever feel that he has a position to make people feel this way, because it is a fact. The Holocaust happened, and he has no right to make people feel otherwise or to continue to behave in the way that he has with members of his community. It's very, very offensive, and I would like to think that members of your board are thoughtful enough to understand that someone who behaves like this or has an opinion like this has no right to be a leader of a school. It's pretty disgraceful that this is even being reconsidered. So I would appreciate if you did not reinstate this principal, and this is something that all of the United States should take as an example. And I would hope, and I really would appreciate if your school board specifically led this matter and showed that a person like this should not be reinstated and should not have the honor of being a principal of the school. This is not a joke. This is a serious matter, and it should not be set aside, even if you're a vice at the time. Thank you very much.
Hello. This relates to the agenda topic regarding Principal Lawson. My name is Giselle Reister. I am a resident of Palm Beach County, and I am a child of Holocaust survivors. I never knew any of my grandparents because 3 of them died in the war, in World War II, and 1 died shortly thereafter in Germany. If you go to Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, Israel, you will find a picture of my family under the Reich, that was my mother's maiden name, R-E-I-C-H, family at a wedding in 1937. The wedding shows that about 42 people in the picture at a joyous event, and what happened was, the bottom line was that out of the people who were in the picture, again, many people, only 7 survived, including my mother, her brother, and her sister. So do not tell me that the Holocaust did not exist. It is appalling to me that a principal in a state where there is mandatory Holocaust education is allowed to be in charge of other teachers as well as guiding children. It is an abomination to me. I don't know, maybe the situation of his termination, I won't even use his name again, his termination was, let's call it.
My name is Jordan Block. I live in Boca Raton, and my grandparents are Holocaust survivors. And with that said, I'm calling in regards to agenda item BRD2 for the decision to rehire William Lawson. I am categorically against this decision, as I believe that, again, it's impossible to deny the Holocaust as a fact. I mean, this is something that has affected my family throughout several generations at this point. The atrocities that they went through and the horrors that they experienced and the impacts of this horrible, horrible event over the past 80 years or so. It's just so unheard of that somebody could deny the Holocaust as a historical fact when this is something that has greatly impacted my family and my life. I didn't even get to meet some of my relatives and grandparents because of the Holocaust. And I just think it's the epitome of ignorance to say that it's not a historical fact and that someone like William Lawson should not be in a position of authority or especially a position of children at a school. So I strongly encourage everyone to reconsider that decision to rehire William Lawson. I believe that he should face the consequences for his action, and it should not be something that's denied. This is something that affects so many people, especially in the Boca Raton community, and it's including myself, and it's not a wise decision to put him back on the board. So I humbly and respectfully encourage the body to please do not rehire William Lawson. He should face the consequences for his actions and understand the atrocities that have affected us, myself, my family, my community at large to this day. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Ashley Applebaum. I'm a Boca Raton, Florida resident, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 to reinstate William Lapton, the former Spanish River High School principal, who is also a Holocaust denier. I would strongly recommend that you do not reinstate William Lapton, the former Spanish River High School principal. As a Jewish professional and resident of Boca Raton, I have a daughter, I am a parent, and I cannot imagine sending my child to a school where they would not recognize the Holocaust as a huge part of history. It's a huge disservice and an act of anti-Semitism to not recognize the Holocaust. We need to be able to educate our children about the truth of what has happened out there so that it can never happen again. 6 million Jews have died from the Holocaust, and to deny that is a huge disservice to our children and future generations, not only Jewish children, but of all different ethnicities, religions, and backgrounds alike. Again, please do not reinstate this person, William Lapton. It is going to be a huge harm to our children and the future of our city and state. I really appreciate your time and listening to me, and I hope you make the right decision today. Thank you.
My name is Arthur George Sachs. That's S like Sam, A-K-S. And I'm calling to leave my comments about agenda item B like boy, R like Robert, D like David, and the number 2. I am very surprised that in this modern day and age, when the whole world knows what the Holocaust did to the Jewish people and many, many other nationalities and ethnic groups, and that someone who denies the Holocaust should be allowed to teach our children. Mr. Lapton was fired, and because he denies such a fact where at least 6 million Jewish people were killed, plus many Romanians and other nationalities of Europeans, including anyone you could think of. To let him deny such an unbelievable, horrific fact and to teach children after he did that in any capacity is a shock to me and to my family. I know many individuals, some of them still living, who were teenagers and bear the numbers on their arms. Not many of them are left, and the few that are left must be in the age group of upwards of 80 or 90 years of age, and are still suffering and still cannot discuss what they went through, and it took them a long time to ever recognize what happened. So therefore, I think that he should be denied reinstatement as an educator, teacher, in any capacity dealing with children. Thank you for listening to my comments, and I hope you will pass this on to the members of the board.
My name is Sarah Marilis, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Beatrice Wexler, and I live in Boynton Beach. I am absolutely appalled that the board is considering reinstating Principal Lawson in a Palm Beach County school. his comments about not assuming that the Holocaust is a fact is outrageous and defies any logic I can think of. I would appreciate the board voting against his reinstatement. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Mindy Rosenberg, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, the rehiring and revoting today of William Latson. I don't understand how the school district, as educators, can allow this man to continue. Whatever the outcome, my suggestion is that you have him meet in person with one of the many Holocaust survivors who live among us. Maybe hearing someone's personal story will make it more real for him. I don't imagine that anybody would question slavery, although there was no one around today who actually lived through it. I can only hope that when you do your revote today, you do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. Jonathan Rossman. I'm calling from Boca Raton, Florida. I'm a cardiologist, electrophysiologist at Boca Regional. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm actually appalled that the board would even consider rehiring William Latson. I have a lot of my colleagues, anesthesiologists, cardiologists, send their kids to this school. I spoke to them about it, and we're all appalled and can't even understand why it would even come up that he would be rehired. So I'm imploring you to do the right thing. Do not rehire this guy. Holocaust denier won't acknowledge it. And this is who we're going to put in charge of educating our children, a significant proportion who are Jewish. It's embarrassing, actually. So please do the right thing. Do not rehire this guy. Thank you.
My name is Jill Miller. I am calling about item BRD2. I am calling to request that you now vote no. Do not reinstate William Latson, the former principal of Spanish River High School. He has made it clear that he is extremely anti-Semitic. He should never be allowed back in the position of leadership over students, teachers, and parents with those horrific views. I am outraged at his denial of the Holocaust. He certainly does not deserve his salary either. He is a shameful, insulting example to students, teachers, parents, and community members in this school district, and especially to those who lost their lives and family members in the Holocaust. We teach the Holocaust to students in my school, so something like this will hopefully never happen again. I implore you to vote no. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Phyllis Bernstein. I'm calling from Boca Raton, Florida, regarding agenda item BRD2. This is regarding the rehiring of William Latson. I'm in opposition for it because there seems to have been no apology from him about his non-acknowledgement of the Holocaust. Holocaust education is supposed to be taught in the schools, which he should be very much aware of. So to make a statement that he cannot confirm whether the Holocaust happened is not only an affront to the people who went through the Holocaust, but also is giving misinformation to students who should know this as part of history. Okay, thank you very much, and good luck at the meeting tonight. Bye.
Hello, my name is Raphael Gross. I'm a Boca Raton resident. I live in Boca Del Mar. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD number 2, and I'm calling to express my support for the firing of William Latson, who was the principal at Spanish River and refused to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. But a terrible message that sends to our community if this man is reinstated to his position. A Holocaust denier. It's pathetic. I really hope that the board supports his firing and does not reinstate him to his former position. I think it would be a tragedy for our community for someone like that to be on the public payroll. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter, and please vote to support the continued firing and non-reappointment of this man, William Latson. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isaac Jonas, and I am calling with regard to agenda item BRD2. I want to express my major disappointment with the board's decision to reevaluate the hiring of William Latson, someone who has denied the Holocaust, one of the most tragic events in recent history. Such a person who does not acknowledge factual historical events should not be entrusted with the education of our children. He should not be reinstated to a respected position as a leader of a high school or any educational institution given his denial of the Holocaust, which would make every single member of the school board question his basic judgment. Denying that the systematic murder of 6 million Jewish lives occurred is horrific, and such a person has clearly displayed that he is simply unsuitable for any role that involves the shaping of the minds of future generations. Please vote no on agenda item BRD2 and do not reinstate William Latson. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Barry Bard. I have 3 children that have attended Spanish River High School, and I am deeply and greatly disappointed in the way this matter has been handled. We are Jewish, and we come from a family of Holocaust survivors, and for the principal to not acknowledge that the Holocaust happened and not even to apologize for his views is a utter disgrace. I hesitate to believe that if the same matter came up with a different topic, like a race matter, that the topic would have been handled differently. Anyway, I am very disappointed in the way this has been handled by the board, and I hope that you will make the matter right. My name is Barry Bard. Again, I am a local resident of Boca Raton, and I have 3 children that have or had attended Spanish River High School. Many thanks.
Good morning. My name is Ingrid Fills. I'm calling regarding the agenda item BRD2 with regard to the firing and rehiring of William Latson. I wish to express that it is unconscionable that he be rehired and be considered a member of the Palm Beach School Board again, unless he acknowledges that terrible things took place and with regard to the Holocaust. I would like you to make sure that you understand what the impact is of having him return to the school board. It's really unacceptable. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to make a comment. Thank you.
My name is Michael Frankel, and as a Holocaust survivor who came to America, having been born in Germany, having been picked up by the Gestapo as a child, I find this ridiculous for anyone to say that the Holocaust did not happen. I am ready to stand up for my principles and for what I believe in. And there's one thing that's for sure, the Holocaust has happened. Thank you.
Yes, hello. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 with regard to William Latson and his reinstatement. I am against that. No Holocaust denier should be allowed to be teaching children because the Holocaust definitely was a fact, and anyone who doesn't recognize it has many issues, I would say. For a fact, I've lost grandparents and multitude of relatives in the Holocaust. It is indeed a fact. This is Lucy Winchell. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jessica Quint, and I am calling to vote no in reinstating the former principal, William Latson. It is unacceptable to deny the Holocaust. I am a second-generation survivor of this. I have family members that were in the Holocaust. I went on March of the Living. I was in Poland. I saw the atrocities that were there, and nobody could deny that. And somebody who does deny that it's unacceptable, especially to be around people who are in education and children. And I grew up in Boca, and I have a lot of friends that went to Spanish River, and this is just unacceptable to reinstate him. Thank you.
Hello, this is Elena Tepper. This is in regards to agenda item BRD2, the reinstating of William Lawson as principal of the Spanish River High School in Boca. I am strongly urging you to please not reinstate him, as it is well known that he has denied the Holocaust many, many, many times, and will be, God forbid, will teach children that this piece of our history has never existed. That would actually be, in my opinion, a crime against humanity, really. It is one of the pillars of as Jewish people of our history, that we remember how horrible our ancestors, not even so long ago, grandparents of mine, who were tortured and really just treated as animals by the hands of the Germans. I don't think for a second that anybody who's listening to this message will think otherwise, will think that it's, we'll find reasons to reinstate him for other reasons, that maybe he's, and I'm not denying, by the way, that he's a good guy. I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a smart guy. I'm sure that he is a great educator. But if he is openly stating that the Holocaust did not exist, that is reason enough for him not to be able to lead a generation of future students and young people in our world who should know that this event took place. And they should learn about it, and they should read about it, and they should educate themselves on all types of people, especially with what's going on in the world today. You need to educate yourself about all different types of people. I'm 32 years old, and I'm still learning, still educating myself, especially on the Black Lives Matter movement and other issues that are going on today. I'm just educating and reading, and I'm more than happy to provide things that I have kept from my grandparents, journals, letters, pictures, to prove that this event took place. This is an absurd thing that he doesn't believe it occurred. It's absurd, and it's, in my opinion, it makes him sound a little bit stupid and uneducated, but if everybody at this board meeting feels that he is educated and qualified to run a school, there's something missing here. So I'm strongly urging you, please do not reinstate a man who'll stand there and say that the Holocaust did not occur. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Eric Pincus. I live in Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm calling in regards to the firing of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. My biggest concern, obviously, having relatives that have perished in the Holocaust, and Holocaust denial is something of worry to me and to my family and to the Jewish people as a whole. If we forget what happened in the Holocaust as time is passing, it's going to be a huge detriment to the longevity of the Jewish people. What William Latson did by basically denying that the Holocaust exists is a huge problem. It will only perpetuate in the future, because as the current generation of Holocaust survivors pass away, and there are not many still alive, it's just going to become more of an issue when people say, well, the Holocaust didn't exist, and that's going to be a huge problem. So it's not only Holocaust denier, being a Holocaust denier, but also as a form of anti-Semitism, and that really does not exist in this day and time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Goldberg. I'm a resident of Boca Raton, Florida. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I urge the district not to rehire William Latson. State law requires that schools teach the Holocaust. Mr. Latson denied the Holocaust was historical fact. He flouted state law. Latson then went on to complain that he was being disciplined because a parent made a false statement, while the emails corroborated everything the parent said. Latson lied about the parent. That is not leadership, that is cowardice. The children of Palm Beach County deserve somebody who's going to comply with state law and who is going to teach them historical fact and not evade responsibility. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jennifer Kroll. I'm calling from Yonkers, New York, regarding Agenda BRD2. I think it is terrible to reinstate William Latson as a denier of the Holocaust. We need to educate our students into reality. This country is having serious issues with racism and with people who are against other communities and for no other reason than that they belong to another community. And to deny the Holocaust is cruel and insensitive and frankly uneducated, and I hope you will stand up and refuse to reinstate William Latson.
My name is Gail Shaster from Delray Beach, and I'm calling to express my outrage at the reinstatement of a Holocaust denier, Principal William Latson. I want to compliment those who voted against reinstating him and hope that when you reconsider, you will fire this man who is trying to educate our children and instead is filling them with horrible lies. So please, I'm expressing my outrage at the reinstatement of Principal William Latson. It should never have happened. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling on agenda topic BRD2. My name is Alan Fisher of Boca Raton. My comments are as follows. Holocaust denial is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is racist. There is no place for a person who is a racist to be teaching our children, let alone be placed in a leadership position in a school, such as principal. Accordingly, I think it is imperative that anyone who holds views that are racist not be reinstated to their position in the Palm Beach County schools. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nestia Schwab. I am calling about agenda item BRD2. That's B as in boy, R as in red, D as in dog, 2. I am against I am for the firing of William Latson, and I do not want him to be rehired. As someone who is a Jewish person, I feel that it is an egregious thing to rehire someone who is a Holocaust denier when I know people and I know families that were affected by this so deeply and are no longer around. It's wrong. Please do not rehire him. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Gail Fine. I am calling in reference to agenda item BRD2. Any person who cannot state that the Holocaust was a real event that occurred and was a horrible time in world history should not, in my opinion, be able to be in a school in any position around students. Thank you.
Betty Harrison, Boynton Beach, BRD2, do not rehire William Lawson. He is a Holocaust denier. Do not repay his salary from last year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pam Benedonna, and I'm from the state of New Jersey.
I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. William Latson stated he couldn't say the Holocaust is a factual historical event because he is not in a position to do so. And he also stated the clarification for this is that not everyone believes the Holocaust happened, and everyone has their own thoughts. They are in a public school, and not all parents have the same beliefs. Even if he was just saying this to appease a Holocaust denier, I can't imagine why you are considering rehiring an individual who, by the very nature of his statement, is rewriting history. The Holocaust is factual and was an historical event. My mother was branded A8140 when entering Auschwitz. She was ripped from her home and shipped on cattle cars in unspeakable conditions. She watched as her mother, little brother, and 2 grandmothers were sent in the other line to the gas chambers and crematorium. She withstood horrific disease and hunger and unimaginable inhumane treatment for over 13 months in both Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen, 2 of the worst concentration camps. Then liberated with no husband to return to, no family, and no home to go back to. The Holocaust was real. Please do not let Mr. Latson return back to your school and rewrite history, and by doing so, inspire hatred and intolerance. If you do so, you will be responsible for this terrible action. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Reister, and I wanted to leave a comment on BRD2, Bravo Romeo Delta 2, about reinstating a school personnel that is denying the Holocaust happened or saying that he can't be certain to state it as fact. I think that's plainly ridiculous that this is even a question. Of course, something that affected and changed the world in such a great way needs to be taught and needs to be in the school system in a way where it is brought to the attention of everybody going through that system. So we cannot have a leader in a position that does not believe that the Holocaust happened or is putting some sort of doubt into the minds of students that are coming through. Things that are historical fact that happened need to be shared, and if someone's not willing to be a part of that, then they should not be in charge of running a school system. Thanks.
I am calling about Agenda BRD2. This is in reference to the reinstatement of the superintendent of the principal, William Latson, who at this time I feel should not be reinstated. He should be fired. He should be receiving no compensation for his frightening anti-Semitism comment and his denial of the Holocaust. I am Jewish. I am abhorred about this horrible belief that there was not a Holocaust, for comments, for his anti-Semitic comment and belief, and this has to stop. I deeply, deeply believe he should be receiving no benefits. He should be totally fired. This is a disgrace. This is an example of all the anti-Semitism that is going on in this world, and to exemplify by reinstating him is absolutely against my values, and I know the Jewish community and anybody else's value who believes that any kind of anti-religious belief should not be conducted by anybody, especially by a principal. My name is Joyce Margit, and once again, he should be fired and not reinstated into the board. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. This is Daniel Oppenheimer calling regarding agenda item BRD2, that's Bravo Romeo Delta 2. I'm calling regarding the hiring of William Latson. who denied that the Holocaust was a factual occurrence or actually took place. I understand that the voting took place to reinstate this fired principal because of a business decision. I find it to be abhorrent. We found out that a principal was after hours wearing a white sheet, pointy hood, burning across some people's lawns. We wouldn't make a business decision and say, well, you know, it's not worth the fight. Some things you just have to let go. There has to be a line that we draw and say this is enough, and it can't go further. In a day and age where Holocaust denial has taken on a completely new life, in the district full of Holocaust survivors, it is abhorrent that something like this could continue, especially and particularly in an educational setting. I urge the board members to reconsider their votes and not chalk this up simply to, my hands are tied by an administrative judge, it's just not worth the fight, it's a business decision. Some things are worth the fight, and some things cannot be a business decision. If education truly matters, then what you do with your vote truly matters. I urge the board to reconsider their votes and to remove William Latson from an educational position as a principal of Spanish River High.
Hello, my name is Melissa Glaser. I vote no for the reinstatement of the principal. My grandfather is a Holocaust survivor. I personally was able to attend the March of the Living with my grandfather and see the atrocities that he had to live through. My grandfather passed away last year at 93 years old. He would be ashamed that someone is able to say that the Holocaust never happened. We are not allowing a person who says the Holocaust did not happen to educate our children. I and my children and my parents are firsthand people who got to survive and be around because of the Holocaust happening where my grandfather was a survivor. Please do not allow this man back into the school.
My name is Rose Levenstein. I'm a resident of Palm Beach County, Florida. This is in regard to the BRD2. Anybody, but anybody, that allows this Mr. Latson to get his job, keep his job, is out of their minds. Holocaust happens. Anybody that denies it, there is a problem with. It's factual. It happens. And I am just telling you that he should not be allowed to keep his job. Anybody that's a principal of a school should have more brains than he does. It should not be allowed. He should not be allowed to work in the school district or anywhere else as a principal, or certainly not in education. Thank you very much. That's my comments. Bye.
I'm sorry I don't have the agenda number, but that didn't seem to be a problem last time this was up for discussion. My name is Sherry Fox. I'm calling in regard to the second vote for Dr. William Latson. I'm so confused and don't understand how we are here again. This blew up because of media coverage that was misleading. There were people who were outraged by the story, but as you know, it was not the whole story. Now a judge agrees that you, the board, and the school district handled this incorrectly, but yet, due to media and the same outrage, here we are again. Dr. Latson has support. There are many of us Jews who support him. If we go down this road again, you are committing thousands of taxpayer dollars to appease people and will most certainly end up in the same place again. A judge siding with Dr. Latson, another board vote, and him being reinstated. Please, as a Jew, I ask you to let this rest. As a Jew, I ask you to let it go. There will be other outrages that will come and this story will disappear. That is what happens with every big story. As a Jew, I ask you to leave this man alone. And as a Jew, I please ask you to let him get on with his life. Please do not vote to dismiss William Latson. Please vote to reinstate him. Thank you.
My name is Esther Lowenthal. I'm a snowbird to Florida. I live in Staten Island. I'm calling about item BRD 2, board number 2, about the firing of William Latson.
who is a former principal of Spanish River High School. I think the firing was reasonable, and I don't think he should be reinstated. I do think, at this point anyway, I do think that he should go for education of the Holocaust, that there are plenty of places in Florida that can give courses on what happened during the Holocaust. And at that point, his statement should be reevaluated. Not now, just because he was fired for this terrible thing, because it is a terrible thing in this day and age that people are denying that the Holocaust happened. And the next thing that's going to happen is rampant anti-Semitism. And I don't think that's what Florida wants. I don't think that's what your board wants. And but I do believe that Mr. Lawson should be given education about what did transpire and how offensive it is and how horrible to teach children. Children look up to the principals of a school, and for him to come out and say, oh, it never happened. There are so many horrible people out there who are doing the same thing, and they're convincing others that this is so. But we have enough proof. I mean, nobody would put up Holocaust museums on a whim, on a non-truth. And General Eisenhower himself had said that he had to take pictures because in time people would not believe that such a thing could happen. Well, it did happen, and he should be made aware of this. And maybe he's an honest individual who just doesn't know, but I doubt it very much. It's enough. We have to stand up for our beliefs. And unfortunately, this is our history. Thank you.
This is Betsy Silverfine. I'm from Florida, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am not in favor of bringing back William Latson. He should not be reinstated. How dare you have someone as an educator who does not believe that the Holocaust was a factual, historical event. I proudly work for Hadassah, who was instrumental in making the Never Again Education Act a bill that recently passed in May of 2020. This bill is excellent for teaching Holocaust education in our schools. Perhaps William Latson would like to be educated in this manner. You do not need to bring someone like this back to history and reinstate a man who does not tell the truth. I thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Avi Levitt. I serve as the head of school at Katz Yeshiva High School on the Federation campus, nestled between Glaser and 441. And I'm calling about BRD2, the agenda item related to the reinstating of the fired William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who I would categorize as a Holocaust denier. And I believe that you would too, given that that was the original reason for his dismissal. I am requesting that the Palm Beach Board of Education not reinstate him to his school leadership positions. We live in an age here in the United States in which facts and opinion and false truths are circulating with rapidity, and they're ruining the fabric of our society. If you reinstate this gentleman who treats Holocaust fact as if it is negotiable, then you are culpable and contributing towards this same problem that we're having in our United States of America. There is no room for educators who deny that the Holocaust took place. I recommend that you and Mr. Latson travel to Europe, go to the camps, spend time talking to survivors. There's still a few of them around, and do your research. These are inscrutable facts, and it's impossible for you as a self-respecting group of educators to put this man back in front of students and leading staff with his philosophies and ideas about facts that are, but he treats them as if they're merely opinion and can be dismissed. Thank you for your kind consideration, and thank you very much for voting no on the issue of reinstating Mr. William Latson.
Hello, I'd like to make a comment on an agenda topic, BRD2. My name is Judy Markovitz-Kay. I grew up in South Florida and was educated there until college. I find it highly inappropriate that the school board would even be considering rehiring a Holocaust denier, and I strongly urge that in the revote, the board members really look into their conscience and decide to vote against rehiring this person, William. Anti-Semitism and hate speech and hate in general is really spreading throughout the country and the world. And for Palm Beach to make a statement saying that they would support somebody who would claim that the Holocaust may or may not have existed not only jeopardizes the safety of students at the school, but really makes a statement to the greater community, the educational community, the Jewish community, and everybody who has any connection to Florida that is not so positive. So instead, I urge the board members, and specifically the 4 that did not take part last time in voting, or the 3 that did not vote in favor, to reconsider and to vote not to rehire William, and instead to support those who need your support most.
Good morning. This is Eileen Feldman, and I'm calling pursuant to Agenda BRD2. And I am urging the board to not reinstate Principal William Latson. This Holocaust denial is an anti-Semitic stance. We know it is very firmly, and it just promotes anti-Semitism along the community. I want to also thank the courage of the board members who have been standing against this man who is doing a lot of damage to the Jewish community. Thank you.
Please vote no on BRD2. Please do not reinstate William Latson. My name is Karen Schwartz. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2, and I'm really pleading that you do not reinstate any educator that can deny the reality and the horror and the history and the lessons of the Holocaust. If this is being played before other people, I apologize. I'm not more eloquent. Even Germany, especially Germany, has acknowledged their past and taken lessons from it and still strives to make amends. There is no doubt, there is no, even General Eisenhower, when he liberated the camps, feared that in the future this would be denied, nobody would believe it. So he made sure there was documentation, there were photographs. You know, with COVID-19, at this point, there are well over 100 million documented deaths. From the Holocaust, there were over 600 million documented Jewish deaths, not to consider untold millions of non-Jews, gypsies, and people who did not attain the lofty status for humanity that the Aryan nation demanded. This is not a matter of opinion. This is fact. It does not bode well for free speech to deny the Holocaust. It is hate speech. When the human brain, when it hears something repeatedly over and over and over enough times, even if it's false, can tend to believe, hey, there must be some truth in this. So it's dangerous. This is dangerous stuff. So I'm sorry I am not more succinct, but please, this is so important. My name is Melanie Caniff. I'm from Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Yes, this is Judy Aaron, and I am calling in regard to the Palm Beach County School Board's reconsideration of its decision to rehire William Latson, former principal of Spanish River High School in Boca Raton. Based on Mr. Latson's previous comments and attitude, we do feel that this should not, that his position should be rescinded. And in addition, there should be a statement in that the students should not be exposed to such dangerous ignorance regarding the Holocaust. Thank you.
Yes, hello, this is Dr. Neil Weinreb. I'm calling with regards to agenda item BRD2, the matter of Principal Latson. I'm calling to register my objection to a reinstatement of Mr. Latson at this time to a position with the Palm Beach County school system in any capacity. Mr. Latson, in his apparent acquiescence to the denial of the Holocaust by refusing to state that the record is a matter of fact and is substantiated by tons of historical evidence, including photographs, testimonies, and testimonies of American soldiers who liberated the concentration camps. There is no question about the veracity of the horrible events that took place during the Holocaust, and the lessons of the Holocaust need to be communicated to all of our children, regardless of whether they're in public schools, private schools, or wherever else. This is an educational process which is taking place all over the United States and all over the world. In Europe, Holocaust denial is considered to be a criminal action. Mr. Latson has not carried out his mission of promoting education in the Spanish River High School or in any of the Palm Beach County schools, and I see no legitimate reason why he should be reinstated to any position at this time. At the very least, he should have to undergo a recess of at least a couple of more years, which would include extensive Holocaust education for himself, as well as an admission and statement that his conduct in this matter was not appropriate. Thank you very much, and I hope that the commissioners will take the many comments that you're receiving on this matter into consideration later today.
Hello, I am Myrna Dress, calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the reinstatement of William Latson. Dear members of the Palm Beach Board of Education, Frank Barbieri, Marsha Andrews, Karen Brill, Barbara McQuinn, Deborah Robinson, Chuck Shaw, and Erica Whitfield, I implore each of you to vote today against the reinstatement of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. By refusing to acknowledge that the Holocaust occurred, he irrevocably tarnished his ability to effectively serve as an education administrator. Mr. Latson demonstrated his lack of clarity of good versus evil as a denier of the documented inhumane behavior people perpetrated towards other people. His insistence not to recognize the truth of the Holocaust and the value of teaching Holocaust studies to high school students cannot be overcome despite whatever positive impact he made during his tenure as an educator and administrator. By his behavior and refusal, even now, to change his public stance, Mr. Latson is responsible for his being fired. As you consider how you will vote on his reinstatement, please keep in mind that you and the community entrusted him to serve with integrity, morality, and empathy. Surely your responsibility to uphold justice must surpass granting clemency to him for failing his community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leo Loeffler. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My name, again, I was born and raised in Boca Raton, Florida. I had many friends who attended Spanish River High School, and I'm calling in regarding the rehiring of Principal William Latson. Myself, as somebody who walked around the camps of Auschwitz on a trip, the March of the Living, exploring the atrocities that my family went through in the Holocaust, to read about a story about a principal in my local town who had the audacity to say that Holocaust lessons should not be forced upon individuals, as we all have the same rights but not all the same beliefs, is an atrocity and a vague, extreme case of anti-Semitism. This is not a belief as a religion or a way of life. This is factual events of the genocide of 6 million Jewish people. Anybody, especially a senior leader in a school, should instantly be fired and never be able to teach again. This is not something taken lightly. I thank you for my time. Bye.
Hi, this is Barbara Frankel. I live in Boca Raton, and I'm calling about agenda BRD2, the rehiring of William Latson. I am totally against it. My husband is a Holocaust survivor, and for anyone to speak and say there was not a Holocaust does not deserve this position. Thank you, and have a good day.
Good morning. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. My name is Noah Zisquit. I am the grandson of Holocaust survivors. My great-grandparents were killed in the Holocaust. My grandmother is still alive. I'd love for you to speak with her. I can arrange that. She lives in Miami Beach. I'm not supposed to leave my phone number, but I'd really love for you to speak with her. My uncle was on Schindler's List. Steven Spielberg made a movie about that. His family was killed, and I have some horrific stories that I don't feel comfortable saying on this recording. But I've been to Poland. I've been to the death camps. I've seen human ashes, which you can see with your own eyes. There is a death camp in Poland today. It's called Majdanek. You can see piles of ashes that are still preserved to this day. I understand that there's somebody who's denying the Holocaust. I almost think this is made up, but I can't believe it. I can only imagine if somebody were to deny slavery, if that would ever be tolerated. I think it's horrible. There's anti-Semitism today. There's hatred of any kind today. And we can't stand for hatred. And I think something needs to be done. Again, I'd love for you to speak to living Holocaust survivors, to look at the numbers tattooed on their arms, and see for yourselves. Again, my name is Noah Zisquit. I'd love to introduce you to many, my grandmother included, who's still with us, and many Holocaust survivors. I have a name here of 3 people, Marcia Andrews, Barbara McQuinn, and Chuck Shaw, that are voting to reinstate a Holocaust denier, or I don't know if he denies slavery too, but I would never, I'm shocked. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Buckman. I am a taxpayer in Boca Raton. I am also the child of 2 survivors from a town of 5,000. The name of the town is Uścikidone in Poland. In Yiddish, it was Isterik. It was 98% Jewish before the war. At 5,000 residents, 13 people were left alive during the war. My parents were 2 of them. My mother lived in the outskirts of the town, in a town that no longer exists, Ustianova. If you would like me to come and speak, I will be glad to come and speak to your principal and your students. I'm against the rehiring of this principal who denies the existence of the Holocaust. Be glad to bring pictures and tell my story. I grew up without any cousins, aunts, uncles, grandmothers, grandfathers. They were all killed during the Holocaust. We did not speak of it. We were not asked about it. Our feelings were not asked about. Nobody comforted us. We just went on with our lives. And this man denied that these things happened. I was denied my grandmother's and my grandfather's being at my graduations. I was denied playing with my cousins. I was even denied pictures of my aunts and uncles. My parents were completely traumatized, and I was raised by 2 completely traumatized people. My telephone number is 856-264-5903. I'll be glad to come and speak to the children and the teachers there if you would like me to. If you would like me to, I can also bring other Holocaust survivors. Please do not rehire this principal. He is a racist. Racists come in every shape, size, and color. They are women, they are men, they are gays, they are blacks, they are blues, they are whites. They are everything. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
My name is Gloria Green. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I think it is incorrigible that Principal William Lawson from Spanish River High School has been rehired. He has tried to change the history of the world, and it's just it's unbelievable to me that you would rehire someone who is teaching our children history, a make-believe history. Thank you. Goodbye.
My name is Lois Zinman, Zinman. I'm urging, begging, pleading for BRD to vote no. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Debbie Samini. I'm calling about item BDR2. My father was born in 1925 in Poland. When the Nazis came in 1934, among all the other atrocities, he saw his best friend get hung in the town square. His mother and his sister and all the remainder of his family, for the one exception of his father, get put into a synagogue, which the Nazis then locked and burned down, and took my father at the age of 14 along with his father to various concentration camps. My father was there for 6 years of horror until he was released in 1945 by the Americans, only to be not allowed to go back to Poland, which I don't think he wanted to go back anyway, and everything was taken away from him. He never knew what it was like to be a teenager. He never knew what it was to raise a family or have other families. He just saw everyone being killed around him. As a child of a Holocaust survivor, it was unconscionable what happened to him, and undeniable how much that affected not only his direct family, myself and my brother, but all people around him. He never talked about it. He was just so scarred, and he had bypass surgery. He didn't survive past the age of 60. But even the surgeon said that when they went to the heart, they could tell that he was beaten so bad that he couldn't speak for months, and that the arteries were all closed up in his heart, and the veins became arteries in order to generate blood so he could still live. And the only reason he lived was to survive, to see his family name be continue with the birth of my nephew. To have someone say that the Holocaust never existed is unconscionable, and it's a total disrespect.
This is Carol Brown calling about BRD2. As a mature adult and former teacher, I think it is unthinkable that anyone, no less a principal, should deny an important part of history. The facts, the concentration camps, the labor camps, and the people who survived the war are certainly a testament to the killing and suffering of millions of people. Our own country lost hundreds of thousands of veterans in fighting against the Nazis who were aiming to take over the world. How this principal could be retained in his position is unbelievable. He is in a position to be a leader, teacher, and role model for our future adult citizens. I urge you, as a board, to rethink your decision to rehire such a person. Thank you. Bye.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Mayer. I'm a resident of Palm Beach County in Boca Raton, and I am a professional educator in a private school in Palm Beach County. I wish to speak to agenda item BRD2, the reinstatement of William Latson, the principal of Spanish River High School. I'm appalled at the fact that he was reinstated. I'm embarrassed by the fact that he was reinstated. Whether or not his comments were taken out of context, I'm not sure about all the background to this issue, but it is an important statement for the Palm Beach County School District to take that Holocaust denial will not be tolerated by any educator, more specifically the principal and administrator of a high school who's in charge of educating teenagers in the state. It is a requirement by the state to educate students on the Holocaust, and how is the curriculum going to be enforced and pursued if the principal, him or herself, is unable to state without any doubt that the Holocaust was a historic event, that there is no way to deny it. I am embarrassed to live in a county with such a large Holocaust survivor population and have this be what the school board will tolerate, which once again is an educator who cannot even soundly educate our children and our future adults. Please reconsider the reinstatement. Please, please, please do not reinstate the principal at Spanish River. It is very important for you to reconsider and vote no on this agenda item BRD2. Thank you for your time. I hope the board is able to make the right decision for our students and the residents of Palm Beach County. Thank you.
This is Marcus Mayer calling about agenda item BRD2. I would just like to add my voice to those who are against the reinstatement of Mr. Latson as principal, either at Spanish River or any other school, or indeed in any position of education. As the son of a Holocaust survivor, I can attest to the fact that the Holocaust did take place. The idea that at this point in time that should ever be in doubt or disputed or put into question, or that anybody should be unable to comment about the truth of the Holocaust is fairly outrageous. There have to be some red lines beyond which it is just morally not right to employ a person in a leadership or an educational position with our children. Quite frankly, an apology from Mr. Latson is insufficient. After realizing the views he holds, an apology is merely self-serving and does not reflect any change of his opinion or belief. And a person with the beliefs that he has expressed and the opinions that he has expressed really should be in a different job. So hopefully the voice against his reinstatement in any position of authority or education will win out, and justice will win and triumph. Thank you.
My name is Frank Stern. I am a Holocaust survivor. I am 91 years old. I was there. I am calling to ask the board to rescind its decision to rehire William Lawson, who is a Holocaust denier. The Holocaust happened. Members of my family were murdered in various concentration camps and in various deaths by death squads. To rehire a Holocaust denier would be an abomination before the Lord. Thank you.
Hi, this is Greta Baum calling from the state of Florida regarding agenda item BRD2. I am calling about the hiring or rehiring of William Latson as the Spanish River High School principal. I'm calling because I feel that he should most definitely not be rehired due to the fact that he is not able to acknowledge that the Holocaust actually happened, and I feel that somebody at that level should not be able to serve in that position. Thank you so much.
My name is Ruth Sandra Stern. I am a 90-year-old Holocaust survivor. I wish to call attention that William Latson is a Holocaust denier, which makes it impossible for him to teach facts or truth. As I said, I was a survivor. I was in a camp. Unfortunately, my best friend from childhood was in another camp and was killed. And her body went up in smoke soon after she got into the camp. I wish to be sure that the many people who died in the Holocaust were not figments of someone's imagination. They were real. And anybody who denies that reality is not able or fit to teach anybody anything. Thank you.
My name is Yale Rodman. I am calling the school board to adamantly oppose the rehiring of William Latson as educator of our young people. He is a denier of the Holocaust. This event in history is perhaps the most important single item in history in our lifetimes, maybe in all of history. And for this educator of our children to be ignorant of the event and or to deny its historical fact to our children is a disgrace and should not be acceptable. I adamantly oppose any educator in our public school system to be an influence on our children who denies history, denies facts, and hurts the education of our children. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Cantor Emeritus Stephen W. Dress, D-R-E-S-S, of Boca Raton, 33428. I'm calling about DRD number 2, and I just submitted an email to everyone, so I will not bore you with that. I'd refer you to my email. But to underscore, I implore the board to have justice carry the day for the students and for the community over the possible tendency to have a merciful outcome for one individual who, in my view, Mr. Latson, who, in my view, forfeited his right and sadly tainted his prior good reputation by the contemptible manner in which he is reportedly continuing to deal with the realities imposed by the tragedy of the Holocaust and also the related studies that have emerged, especially over the last decade or so, thank God, so we can teach it properly in order to reduce hatred and increase love in our society with each other. It's sad that such a fine person that did so much good could have sunk so low, but sadly it's really his demise, and therefore anyone voting to reject his wish for reinstatement is actually not doing that at all. It's just simply acquiescing to his own forfeiture of his own job. And so, thank you.
Hello, my name is Avi Oppenheimer. I'm a resident of Boca Raton, and as a parent of young children here in our county, I'm commenting on agenda item BRD2. I am horrified that my own school district is considering reinstating Mr. Lawson to his former position. How can we even consider allowing a man who blatantly denies the atrocities of the Holocaust to educate our children? My great-grandparents were both murdered in Auschwitz concentration camp. My grandfather was the sole survivor of his family, and only because he was fortunate to be able to escape as a young child to the United Kingdom and then on to the United States. It is one thing to accept that there are ignorant and racist individuals in this country who question documented, well-established, and what should be undisputed history. However, it is another to enable them to educate our children, giving them a position of influence and authority. Please evaluate and consider the gravity of this situation and think deeply as to the detrimental effect Mr. Lawson could have on our young and impressionable children. Thank you for considering my comments again, and consider this motion, and I would really hope that we can not reinstate him to his previous position. Thank you.
This is Miriam Salazar from Aventura, Florida, regarding agenda BRD2. Please do not rehire the principal of Little River who denies the Holocaust. Please do not rehire him. You're doing a disservice to all the people who died and all the survivors from the Holocaust. Miriam Salazar, Aventura, Florida. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Tamanini. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I believe that Mr. Latson's comments come from a place of ignorance and poor judgment. I think the Palm Beach County School Board should rescind their vote to rehire Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson needs to be held accountable for his statements. When making the decision to rescind the vote, I think the school board should deny that the rehiring of Mr. Lawson ever took place. Using the words from his email, the school board should say, "We can't say the rehiring of Mr. Lawson is a factual historical event because we are not in a position to do so as a Palm Beach County School Board." Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shirley Talbert-Nguyen. I live in the state of Georgia. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. As the daughter of Holocaust survivors and as a retired educator concerned about who is in a strong position of influence and a role model to children, I urge you to not reinstate William Lawson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barry Klarman, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2 in regards to reinstating William Lawson, the school principal at Spanish River High School. And I'm speaking against reinstating Mr. Lawson, and the reason is because his comments were tantamount to Holocaust denial, and there's 5 reasons I will give why that would be unhealthy and an unwise decision to reinstate him. First, as I'm sure you've heard, Holocaust denial is anti-Semitic, and anti-Semitism is a societal problem. It's not just a Jewish problem, and Jews are not the only ones affected by anti-Semitism. So if you deny the Holocaust, you're affecting a far greater population than just the Jewish one, and society in general. And Holocaust denial is a conspiracy theory. It's always intellectually and socially caustic, and we don't need any more conspiracy theorists in our society. It's already very damaging to our society with QAnon and all the other conspiracy theories. Holocaust denial is ignorant of an extremely important world historical event as it relates to all societies and humanities, the lessons we can learn from it, the depravity and the extent of depravity humanity can go to, in addition to what each person's role in society was leading up to that. Also, Mr. Latson's judgment is unfit for being the role of a principal. It is extremely poor in making the decision to answer that way to the parent, denying the Holocaust. It's also damaging to Jewish students, knowing that's his position. And it's also damaging to any other student and family that has any impact from the Holocaust, from relatives back in the past. And if you do reinstate him, if that is the decision, this has an impact on an already very high level of anti-Semitism in the United States and worldwide. It will absolutely be picked up by actors that are anti-Semitic. It'll be noticed worldwide and in the United States, and it'll be amplified. So it's much bigger than just your school district. We need cohesion. We need people caring for each other. We need to learn the lessons of history. And this is going in the wrong direction in manifold ways if reinstated. If not reinstated, I applaud you. And I wish Mr. Latson the best. I hope he learns about the Holocaust and he becomes an advocate for Holocaust education.
My name is Sherry Rothschild, and I live in Broward County, Florida. I'm calling up regarding item letter BRD number 2. I am opposed to the rehiring of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, on the grounds that he remains a Holocaust denier. My family was wiped out in the Holocaust. My grandfather's brothers, my great uncles, my cousins in Poland, and he needs somebody to explain to him why you can't say that there was not a Holocaust in Europe during the 1940s. I'm here to help. Please do not hire this man back again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Panuski. I'm calling in reference to B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David 2. I'm addressing the case about William Latson. I am a child of 2 Holocaust survivors. My father has a number tattooed on his arm from Auschwitz, and my mother was also in Auschwitz. My parents were in camp after camp, losing their entire families. I wish I was there to speak to this human being, William Latson, if that's what he is, in person. It blows my mind that you can even consider going into a classroom or him being reinstated to put back into a classroom when he denies that the Holocaust existed. I mean, I just am mind blown by the fact that there's some possibility that he can teach a group of children. Please, I hope that he is not going back in that classroom as a principal, as a teacher. Let him just stay home and read up on the Holocaust.
Hello, my name is Anna Kwon. I'm calling in reference to agenda item BRD2. It is a disgrace that this man has been reinstated. No one with such bigoted views should be allowed to teach children.
I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the rehiring of William Latson. My name is Jackie Tripp, and I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I am shocked and dismayed that the board is considering rehiring William Latson. His comments regarding the Holocaust are factually incorrect and foment hate and discrimination and have no place in this enlightened and progressive world we supposedly live in. Please stand up for what is right. Thank you very much.
My name is Charmaine Rivera, and I'm calling regarding agenda item B like boy, R like Robert, D like David, 2. And I'm calling in regards to the school thinking that they possibly might rehire the Holocaust denier, William Lawson. I can't even believe that Palm Beach School Board would even consider that. This is a very serious matter. According to U.S. government in close to 30 countries around the world, Holocaust denial is a form of anti-Semitism. This person, William Lawson, has no business being in the school, teaching or otherwise. And I would really believe that your school, Palm Beach School Board, would know better than even think about rehiring someone who already worked there and was a Holocaust denier. It's shameful. It's disgusting. And I really would hope that Palm Beach School Board does the right thing and does not hire back William Lawson. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Herschel Greenblatt. I'm calling about BRD 2 in regards to the gentleman who was to be reinstated to his position. I am totally against it. I know the gentleman has a right to his opinion, but I do not want someone like that teaching children. My family, my father lost 14 of his siblings at Madonna concentration camp. I spent 5 years in caves hiding with my parents from 1942 to 1946 until after the war ended. Came to the United States in 1950. The Holocaust happened. 6 million human beings were murdered that were Jews, 1.5 million children. Also, Gypsies, Romas, and other people were murdered. It is fact. It has been proven. It is history. A gentleman like that, again, has his opinion, but I feel a gentleman like that does not have the right to teach your children about 6 million people that were murdered and denying that it ever happened. I know that my parents' family was murdered. My mother's families were shot in the back in the Babi Yar massacre outside of their hometown in the Ukraine. Please do not let this gentleman have his job back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Avi Goldenberg. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2 and the potential rehiring of William Latson for the Spanish River High School principal. My name is Avi Goldenberg. I live in Bergenfield, New Jersey. I'm the descendant of 2 Holocaust survivors who went through several concentration camps, numbers on their arms, lost dozens and dozens of family members due to the murderous decrees of Hitler and his henchmen. These memories live on with my grandparents and my parents, me, and my children. And the idea that a Holocaust denier can ever be appointed to any position of authority, let alone one in which he has an opportunity to influence children, is reprehensible and despicable. Can you even imagine if someone who denied the idea that there was slavery in America would ever be hired to be in any position of authority, or frankly hired by anyone ever? That would be reprehensible and despicable. That is what the potential hiring of Mr. Lawson means to me and my family, and not only that, but to all of humanity. I urge the board not to hire Mr. Lawson and send the message that Holocaust denial is not acceptable in civilized society. Thank you for your time.
Good day. I'm calling to address the issue of the high school principal who seems to be a Holocaust denier. My name is Nathan Katz. I am Distinguished Professor Emeritus at Florida International University. I was the startup chair of the Department of Religious Studies. You may know me from bringing the Dalai Lama to South Florida 3 times, et cetera, et cetera. On this issue, there is nothing worse to convey to our students than the notion that the Holocaust was a matter of opinion or anything other than well-established historical facts. We must train our students to distinguish between facts and stories. This gentleman is telling a story, and it is a very wicked and evil story. Maybe he's simply uninformed, though that seems impossible. Maybe he's stupid. Also, I doubt it. So that leaves one option. It is your duty, my friends, do not allow anyone in contact with students to spread the hatred of Holocaust denial. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Mensch. I am calling in regards to agenda item BRD2, hiring back Dr. Ladson. I am a 2018 Gutterman Family Exemplary Holocaust Educator of the Year. And I want to say that it deeply concerns me that Dr. Ladson would be even considered to be rehired back, especially with full pay, with a position comparable to what he had left, after not following the mandate that is clearly stated in the Florida law that the Holocaust is to be taught by educators throughout the state of Florida. And Dr. Ladson should have been aware of this because he was a principal. And all principals understand that there is at least 30 mandates that need to be followed through the school year. Teachers put it into their lesson plans. The fact that he did not follow this and even question the Holocaust seems to be a violation of the state law, in my opinion. And I do hope that the school board will take this seriously and not rehire Dr. Ladson. Thank you for listening to my comments today.
Hello there. My name is Tani K, and I'm looking to comment on agenda item BRD2. I have grown up in South Florida and been there for my entire life, and I am very ashamed that we are going to be considering hiring a person who is a Holocaust denier. Having grown up around Holocaust survivors, I am aware of how important it is for people of all ages to be aware of the horrors of the Holocaust, and especially for educators to be aware and to teach about the Holocaust. I do not think that he should be considered for rehiring, and I urge the entire board to vote likewise. Have a great day.
Hi, this is Joshua and Stephanie Stern. We live in Boca Raton. We are calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. We are against the reinstatement of Mr. Latson, Latson, given his past comments regarding the Holocaust. We and almost everyone we know are adamantly against his reinstatement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marshall Brass, B-R-A-S-S. I'm a longtime resident of Palm Beach County, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 related to the William Latson case. And I want to express my amazement that the initial vote that occurred a couple of weeks ago actually voted to reinstate William Latson. I find that to be just so shameful on the part of the Palm Beach County school system that I feel compelled to leave this message. I really wonder if the issue was related to a denial that slavery existed as a matter of opinion and not a matter of historical fact, whether we'd be having this same discussion and multiple votes. It seems to me that the board with its last vote really abdicated its responsibility to impressionable children, and it really should be noted that Dr. Latson really doesn't, or Principal Latson, I don't know if that was the right title, should be around any impressionable children with those kinds of points of view that could possibly get disseminated in any form whatsoever. The Holocaust is historical fact. It's not a matter of opinion, and it's a disgrace that the board did not see it that way, and hopefully it will be able to correct its faulty action of a couple of weeks ago and take the proper course of action so that you don't offend not just Jews everywhere, but human beings everywhere all around the country and the world. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is Elisa Pines. I'm calling about William Latson, BRD2. Please do not reinstate him. He has no business being a principal of a school. I'm a child of a Holocaust survivors, and my in-laws are Holocaust survivors, and I know what the war did to people, and he has no reason to deny it. Please do not reinstate him. Thank you.
I'm calling in regard to the consideration of William Latson, the Spanish River High School principal, for rehiring. As far as I'm concerned, and my name is Ruth Green, this consideration to rehire a Holocaust denier is an obscenity. It is unthinkable that in 2020, the Palm Beach Board of Education seems to not recognize a stream of anti-Semitism running higher in our society. It is important that the Palm Beach Education present a group of educators to our children who do not listen to anti-Semitic or racist commentary. I'm certain that Mr. Latson would not hire or want to hear a speaker in the schools who would preach that slavery didn't happen or that it was okay. It wasn't as bad as told. Just as slavery was horrible, the Holocaust was beyond horrible. You on the Board of Education, all of you, have to think about whether or not you know what happened in the Holocaust and how you would feel if it was your children or your family that happened to. No one in their right mind can deny the existence of the Holocaust. And no one who is not in their right mind should be a principal of a high school in Palm Beach County, or for that matter, in my view, any place. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Penny Goldman. I'm calling regarding the agenda item BRD2. I am calling to say how disgusted I am that Holocaust denial is acceptable in your school district, and if the right thing was done, and the principal that had the nerve to deny it was fired, and now he's reinstated, which is in my mind, it's horrific, and it's even further anti-Semitism. This is not okay. You guys have to defend the honor of survivors still among us, and of not only the Jewish victims of the Holocaust, but all the other victims that were part of this horrendous time. And to have someone in that position downplay it and deny it and be fired for that, and then to be reinstated for that, is really insulting to all your constituents, especially to your Jewish constituents. And I think this is disgusting. This Prince William Lawson, who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened and was rightfully dismissed, is just allowed to come back onto the school. So it was nothing. So Jewish voices matter as well, and I hope that you hear my voice when I'm telling you that this is not okay, and that you're going to not allow this sham to continue. Thank you. Goodbye.
My name is Judy Muntner, and I have lived in Palm Beach Gardens since 2003. Before that, I was the Associate Superintendent for Curriculum in Montgomery County, Maryland, a large school system with a diverse population over 163,000 students. I am calling to protest the rehiring of Principal Lawson. To say that the Holocaust is not factual, in other words, did not happen, is both ignorant and offensive. State law, in fact, requires teaching the Holocaust. Mr. Lawson's denial of the Holocaust typifies the worst of hate groups in our country. The actions of the school board have put a stain on our school system that will be hard to erase. I urge you to vote for his dismissal, his permanent dismissal. This is about an agenda item on Wednesday's meeting. Thank you very much.
My name is Esther Gross. I live in Deerfield, in Delray Beach in Florida. I support the firing of a Holocaust denier. My father lost 6 brothers, parents, and a sister. My mother lost parents and a sister. I grew up in Israel. We did not have grandparents, most of us, as they perished in the Holocaust. I strongly support the firing of a non-believer. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Barry Lampert. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, Bravo Romeo Delta 2. The former Spanish River High School principal, William Lawson, should absolutely not be reinstated in any way by anybody of government, really. A person who is a Holocaust denier is not lacking information. This is an educated person in an educator's position. Denying the Holocaust is no different than denying slavery happened. And it is as ridiculous as denying that 9/11 happened or that the Vietnam War somehow did not happen. We are living in a time where there are still physical proof. There's still physical proof of the Holocaust. If one would take a trip to Europe, one could see the gas chambers, the barracks, the guardhouses, the crematorium, where millions and millions of people were systematically murdered. It is a Holocaust denier's position is a position of racism of the highest kind. Therefore, no amount of education, while certainly informative and informational to the Holocaust denier, No amount of education could possibly change the position of this person, albeit outwardly he may, but it is a position that comes only from the hatred of a particular race of people. Please consider this in your decision whether or not to reinstate William Latson. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Debbie Jackman, and I am a member of the Jewish community here in Palm Beach County, and I want to speak regarding agenda item BRD2. That is the reinstatement of William Latson. And I just wanted to say that as a leader in this community, his comment was awful, and I can't believe that our school board, which represents our entire community, a large segment, which is a Jewish population, would even consider reinstatement of Mr. Latson. His comment that the Holocaust was not a factual historical event is totally false, and I don't see how he can be put in any type of leadership position. I don't think we should be spending our taxpayer dollars reinstating this man's salary, and I take offense to it when there are teachers and our schools need the money and the school board is not being responsible in spendings of these funds. So I want you to consider the fact of reinstatement of Mr. Latson and reject it at this time. Thank you.
My name is Herb Jackman, Dr. Herbert Jackman, and I am calling up. My name is Herbert Jackman, Dr. Herbert Jackman. I am calling about agenda item number BRD2, the reinstatement of a Holocaust refuser. The notion that one of our educators in Palm Beach does not accept the validity of the Holocaust occurring as a moment in global history and a moment of particular grief and pain for the Jewish population is beyond my conception. This individual should not be rehired by the board in any capacity. This individual is beyond redemption. Thank you. How do we do that?
Good morning. This is Sarah Brudnoy. I'm calling for myself and for my husband to reflect our dismay and really disapproval of the idea of reinstating Mr. Latson as a Holocaust denier. He should not be in a position where he is able to influence the minds of young children. And there are very few Holocaust survivors remaining now. To reinstate him would be absolutely insulting to them and to those who perished. He really should not be reinstated. We would urge you to vote against it. Thank you so much. This is item BRD2. And again, it's Sarah and David Brudnoy. We live in Boca Raton. Thank you.
Hi, this is Deborah Robbins of Miami, Florida. Please reconsider the rehiring of the Holocaust denier, Mr. Lawson. We're teaching in our schools that the Holocaust happened. It is factual. This is very dangerous, what he's doing. Please reconsider. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Beth Schechter. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. I think this is disgusting for considering to rehire William Latson, the Spanish River High School principal who denied the Holocaust. I think you are setting a terrible role model for the kids at the school for something that happened less than 100 years ago. How dare you even guys do that? My name is Beth Schechter again for agenda item BRD2. Do not hire William Latson.
Hi, my name is Sandra Berkowitz. I'm calling from Florida in regards to agenda item BRD2. Please do not reinstate William Latson as school principal because he's a Holocaust denier. He cannot be in charge of a school or anything regarding education since he is not aware of history. I am the child of a Holocaust survivor who spent more than a year in Auschwitz concentration camp. I can relate to my father and I can explain so many horrors that happened through the Holocaust. Please do not reinstate William Latson. He shouldn't be in a public school nor in a private one. He shouldn't be heard. The Holocaust happened and he needs to study history and listen to those who have been in those concentration camps and relate them what happened. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Kushnick. I am calling in regards to agenda item BRD2, and I absolutely do not think that the principal should be reinstated. The Holocaust was a real thing, and I know that many of us feel that way. So I do not agree with him being reinstated, and that is my opinion on that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marla Berman. I'm calling on behalf of BRD2, Spanish River's principal, and the rehiring of him. As a child of Holocaust survivor, I can't even imagine that you would consider taking this man back into the school. It sets a poor example for other principals and teachers to do the same. And I just think it's shameful in this area, and the school primarily a Jewish school with most of the students there Jews, how this could be allowed and how he would be given his job back. He should not have his job back. He should not have back pay, and he should be punished for what he stood up to or said. It's a shame. It's a real big shame. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Perlman. I'm calling on agenda item BRD2. To allow someone with such an inaccurate worldview to shape our children's mind is to commit educational malpractice, especially in a city and community with such a strong connection to Judaism. We cannot allow William Latson to return to work with back pay. Doing so gives his ideology and beliefs authority that they do not deserve. I will not stand for his reinstatement or allow him to hold an authoritative position in any educational setting. It is not acceptable on a topic that is legitimized by governments and people all over the world, and that my great-grandmother experienced firsthand. Please, with a sincere heart and a fear of the future, hear my concerns and take the appropriate action. Do not rehire William Latson. Thank you.
Hello, this is Joshua Mizrahi calling about agenda item BRD2. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. If we have educators and people in positions of power who deny such historical events as the Holocaust, we are dishonoring those who died and the many people who fought against the Nazis. You cannot reinstate William Latson with a good conscience. Honoring him with a job legitimizes his beliefs, giving other Holocaust deniers ammunition and authority to continue spewing lies. You would not allow a teacher to spout flatter theories, thus you cannot allow an administrator to be a Holocaust denier. This is a decision that will shape our future because it's shaping the children in our community. Do not rehire William Latson.
Hi, this is Shayna Stullick, a resident of Palm Beach County. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2 regarding the possible reinstatement of William Latson as the principal of the Spanish River High School. I understand that everyone on the board understands how egregious his statements were, his equivocation about the Holocaust, and that the only reason the board would consider to reinstate him would be to avoid a lengthy and expensive legal process. I implore you to consider that education has to be about principles and not about convenience and money. My grandmother, Riska Spritzer, lived in Sosnowiec, Poland. She lost her entire family during the Holocaust, to the exception of one cousin. And the only peace she had in her life is after her death. And I would hate to imagine her feelings that minutes away from her grandchildren's home, there is a publicly funded high school with a principal that refuses to acknowledge the truth of the Holocaust. That would certainly make her roll in her grave, and it is beyond upsetting to imagine that in Florida in 2020 we have principals that could have such views and speak about them openly. I ask you to please consider that the decision that you make today is not only about the legal and financial matters related to this school, but it's a much larger issue that's being looked at nationally and internationally, and I am very confident that you will do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Helene Siegel. I'm a retired teacher in public school system, and I'm really upset about the reinstatement of the principal who denied that the Holocaust existed. And I thought I'm feeling that is very non-apologetic about it, or out of touch with the hurt and the outrageousness of his comment upon people that, including my parents, who survived, and many of their people didn't survive the Holocaust, which was a true event. And I also feel that his license to teach should be revoked, in that he's saying that people have an option whether they want to go to something that is by law required of the students. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Gita Wolfowitz, and I'm calling regarding agenda item B, R, D as in David, 2. I would like to express that there should be no reinstatement of the principal. What's his name? William Latson, since and he should be aware that even the Holocaust education is even mandated to be taught in the state of Florida, not denied. So please record this, my opinion, and I hope it's clear. Item B as in brother, R, D as in David, 2. No reinstatement for Principal Latson as a denier of the Holocaust, which is actually mandated to be taught in the state of Florida. Thank you for this opportunity. Goodbye.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Panuski calling. I'm calling regarding agenda item B like boy, R like rainbow, D like David, 2, BRD2. I am calling to vote against reinstating Mr. William Latson as principal. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jamie Schreier. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. And I'm calling to say I would not like to have William Latson rehired by the school board. He refuses to acknowledge the truth about the Holocaust, and as a leader and an executive of the school, I do not feel that he should be allowed to get back into the school system, and I really don't think that his anti-Semitic comments are appropriate. So once again, I am asking and pleading for him not to be rehired to the school. Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Sheila Cohen. I'm calling about agenda number B as in boy, R Robert, D David, 2, about the principal that you're thinking of rehiring, or you did rehire, for saying the anti-Semitic remarks. So anybody can deny that the Holocaust happened, and just like anybody can deny that slavery happened. And I would like to know if he teaches that slavery, because he wasn't there to witness it, that slavery, he can't say if slavery happened. I think that's very anti-Semitic of him, and I don't believe he should be teaching our children that kind of anti-Semitic subjects. So that's all I have to say. And please do not hire him back, and I don't think he should have been getting back pay either. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bob Belfer. This is regarding BRD2 agenda item. These are my comments. Your principal is an ignorant moron. The 4 board members who had voted to reinstate him are also morons. And if they don't educate themselves, I hope they get elected out of office. And I'd like to conclude by saying your principal and the 4 of you board members are all ignorant morons. Thank you very much.
This is Dr. Jerry Singer. I'm calling regarding an agenda item, BRD number 2. And this is in regards to Principal William Latson. I am hopeful that the Palm Beach County School Board will vote to stand by their original decision to fire William Latson. It is appalling that members of the school board did not think that this principal's egregious behavior and actions warranted termination. There is no place in our education system for a Holocaust denier willing to alter a required curriculum mandate based on his personal skewed view of proven history. And maybe more importantly, there is no place on our school board for those members who are blinded by the dangers of so-called educators willing to rewrite history. If the principal and certain board members do not think the Holocaust was a factual, historical event, I would like them to know that my mother survived the horrors of the Holocaust after witnessing her parents being marched into the gas chambers and knowing that her 10-year-old brother and numerous other relatives were slaughtered. Students need to understand the true meaning of intolerance and be taught the consequences of documented historical horrors. Our education system will fail in its mission if principals or teachers are allowed to alter the curriculum and decide what is taught in the classroom based on their biases, whether it is on the Holocaust, slavery, or any other atrocity. Shame on those members of the school board for not having the backbone to stand up to intolerance and bigotry. And I hope that all 7 members this time will vote unanimously to fire William Latson. Thank you.
My name is Rose Bettel, and I wish to leave a comment regarding agenda item BRD2. I object the rehiring of Mr. William Lawson to the Spanish River High School as a principal, because I don't comprehend his denial of the Holocaust. I grew up without any family members since both of my parents were Holocaust survivors and all of their family was killed and gassed by the Germans. So please don't give this opportunity to a person who denies the Holocaust. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling about item number BRD2. My name is Michelle G. I'm appalled, just appalled, that you would think about rehiring William Latson, a Holocaust denier. I am named for 2 cousins who were burned in the German ovens. And if that isn't proof that there was a Holocaust, I don't know what is. How could this person be in charge of teaching students about something that happened that killed millions of people and influence young minds to tell them that nothing happened? I wish to go on record and say this person should not be around children, should not be hired, should not be paid any money from taxpayer dollars, and that about sums it up. I hope you will adhere to what I'm saying. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Goldrich, and I am calling with respect to item BRD2. And I want to be clear that I very urgently and very strongly vote against the reinstatement of the principal. Thank you.
My name is Alexander Rosner. I'm a resident of Florida. I've been reading the information about the board voting on reinstating a Holocaust denier. I am shocked and disappointed that any educator or anyone involved in education would want to reinstate someone who is educating children and educating them in a completely incorrect and improper way. This gentleman should not be reinstated. It should definitely not be allowed to be an educator anywhere, not only in Palm Beach. Thank you for your time.
Yes, my name is Adalina Valeriano. I am calling from Tennessee. I am calling regarding the rehiring of former principal of Spanish River High School, William Latson. It is BRD2 on the agenda. I'm respectfully asking that this board please reconsider their decision to rehire him and to please do not rehire this man. Please honor the memory of the over 6 million Jewish people who were murdered at the hands of Adolf Hitler during World War II, and for the countless others who were tortured at the hands of the Nazi Party. Please honor their memory, and please do not rehire William Latson. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Ellen Robinson, and I am calling about the rehiring of William Latson. I'm calling to let you know how much I oppose it. A principal, let alone an educator in a school, should be able to understand and explain history to students. They should know what a fact is. They should know what history is and should not shy away from it, whether it is ugly or not. And certainly they should not be denying the truth of what happened, particularly in an event such as the Holocaust. So I strongly urge this man not to be rehired by the district. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Helen Kramer. I live in Pheasant Walk. I'm part of the school community. My parents are Holocaust survivors. My whole family was. So I'd like not to have the principal come back to school. He should be fired. It's BRD2. Thank you so much. I would appreciate that. And take care. Bye-bye.
Agenda item BRD2. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm a retired teacher educator as coordinator as well as a child of Holocaust survivors. The former principal of Spanish River High School, Mr. Lawson, said that not everyone believes that the Holocaust happened, and as an educator, he had the role to be politically neutral. He also said, I can't say that the Holocaust is a factual historical event because I am not in a position to do so as a district school employee. Mr. Lawson saying that the starvation, humiliation, beatings, fear, and a lifetime of nightmares and anxiety are figments of my mother's imagination? Does he mean to say that the train ride to Auschwitz, the separation of her mother and baby sisters who were gassed the same day they entered Auschwitz didn't happen? That Mengele made her go through the selection on a regular basis and that stealing a potato skin was worth losing her life over because she was starving, that she was so sick on the day of liberation that she was nothing but skin and bones, that she had to be cared for by the Allies and sent to Sweden to recover? You mean to say my father, who wasn't able to get an education because he was a Jew, didn't happen? You mean that my father's descriptions of Crystal Night, the Night of Broken Glass, was a fairy tale? You mean to say that my father was not on one of the last boats out of Germany, a Kinderport, that tried to save the children as he had to go alone and leave his parents and sisters behind? Can you imagine being that parent of that child they sent away like Moses in the Nile in hopes of his survival because staying in Germany meant certain death? I grew up without an extended family, no aunts, uncles, cousins. I missed out on regular relationships, celebrations, extended families take for granted. Do we as educators teach real history, teach facts, or do we choose what we like to teach, what we like to believe? Facts are not opinion. Educators are to teach facts, not opinion. If an educator is lacking information, it's the educator's responsibility to find out what the facts are, to educate themselves so that they can impart knowledge to the students. How is the Holocaust a political choice that one must remain neutral from as an employee of an educational institution? No child should be allowed to opt out of Holocaust education. It was genocide, and everyone needs to know what happened, how it happened, and why it should never happen again. That's the job of an educational institution and an educator, to inform, enlighten, and teach critical thinking for the betterment of both the students and society. I'd like to address the last quote that Mr. Lawson said. Can't say the Holocaust is factual historical event as an employee of a school district. If you reinstate this employee, then the men and women of the school district who vote to reinstatement in that capacity are just as guilty as any Holocaust denier, and the educational system and our children and our society is lost. Thank you very much. This is Judith Eller.
My name is Bram Scholar, calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I vote no.
Good evening. My name is Michael Loeffler, Loeffler. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I'm calling to speak to you about the rehiring of a William Latson, the former, or maybe current Spanish River High School principal, who is accused of Holocaust denial. You should know that the firing of this individual is to be commended because Holocaust denial is synonymous with anti-Semitism. One who denies the Holocaust is inherently exhibiting anti-Semitic behavior, an anti-Semitic attitude with an obvious anti-Semitic streak, and has no place in any school system being around educating our children. I am the son of Holocaust survivors, and many of my relatives on both my mother and father's side have perished in the Holocaust. Thank you once again for letting me speak to you all, and have a pleasant evening.
Hello. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 pertaining to Principal Latson's reinstatement in the Palm Beach County School Board. My father-in-law is a Holocaust survivor, and I can tell you firsthand the Holocaust did happen. To have an educator in charge of our students who disseminates information that he's not sure whether or not the Holocaust happened is appalling. It feeds evil, and it misguides our youth, who these days can ill afford to be misguided anymore. I strongly urge you to reconsider his reinstatement. Mr. Latson is not suitable to teach our children. He cannot lead our children. He cannot be an example to our children because he cannot tell the truth. I urge you to rescind your decision to reinstate this Holocaust denier. My name is Perry Berman, and I live in East Boca Raton. Thank you for your time.
Hello, this is Stephanie Gross. I'm calling regarding agenda BRD2. I hope you will consider to vote no to reinstate Mr. Latson as a Jewish person who lives in Boca and who has sent my children to public schools in Boca. It saddens me at the fact that we are educating children, turning facts into fiction, and 6 million Jews were exterminated. And I have friends that are survivors of the Holocaust, and I see the marks on their arms, the pain in their eyes, and all the stories and the horrors that they endured. We can't sit back and ignore this. It really just pains me that this is even being considered. I appreciate your time and your consideration to stop the hate that is going on in the world by educating our children from the horrors of the past to pave a beautiful future for them. Thank you for your consideration to vote no to reinstate Mr. Latson. This is agenda item BRD2. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Eva Rosner. I'm a resident of Florida. I am calling about your possible reinstatement of the principal named William Latson and your agenda item BRD2. This is totally unacceptable. I am a child of Holocaust survivors. I cannot stand by while someone denies that the Holocaust actually happened, and as an educator of children, this individual perpetuates Holocaust denial is totally unacceptable. He should be exempt from teaching, from being a principal. He should not be involved in the education of children at any time. He needs re-education himself. This is totally unacceptable, and you should not reinstate him. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling in reference to the rehiring of Mr. William Latson. I feel that a principal of a school should know his history and accept history as a factual. If he's not able or capable of doing this, then he has no business being in the school board. Thank you. My name is Ori Osman, and I do not believe that you should rehire Mr. Latson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Remy Hirsch, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am the child of Holocaust survivors, and it pains me deeply to hear when I heard that the school principal was reinstated despite the fact that he was a Holocaust denier. I just feel that someone who denies the Holocaust, which occurred so recently, is denying history. And to me, it smacks of racism, frankly. And I don't think that someone who denies an event like that is eligible or is the appropriate person to instruct or to be a principal of a school with children who have to learn the history of the world in order to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Bukabza. I'm calling from New York State, but I also have a condo in Florida, and my son and daughter-in-law and 3 grandchildren live in Florida. I'm calling you about the school board meeting item BRD2 regarding firing of William Latson, and now lately you considering to reconsider that decision. I'm the child of Holocaust survivors, and I'm begging you not to rehire this person. Please show compassion. I was an educator myself. For 42 years, I was a teacher in public school. I was a coordinator. You cannot have a person serving in the district who is so ignorant that says he can't comment if the Holocaust is a historical fact, especially when you have so many survivors living in Florida. If you know that my father and my grandfather were the only ones that survived from our huge family and what they went through, and even my father died young because of being in a concentration camp, it's true, it's a fact, no educator should deny it. Please do not reinstate William Latson. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sandra Gottesman. I'm calling with regard to BRD2. Shame, shame, shame on this gentleman, William Latson, that he should deny something that 6 million people suffered. Shame on him, and shame on the people that will accept that. There should be no Holocaust deniers, because there was a Holocaust, a horrible Holocaust. So many people lost their lives. What happened to our humanity? Don't destroy it. Thank you for listening.
My name is Dr. David Kahn. I'm calling in reference to Plan BRD2, and I want to say it's outrageous that this man should be reinstated in an education position, and he's very prejudiced and should not be reinstated at all. He has no knowledge of the future or what they did in the past. Please take that under consideration.
My name is Jacques, that's Jacqueus, Obadia, that's Obadia. I'm calling regarding the agenda item BRD2. B as in boy, R, D as in David, 2. Just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that the Holocaust was indeed a historical event. Fact, I myself lost more than 70% of my family during the Holocaust and concentration camps, as did many Americans and many people, many millions of people besides that. But the Holocaust is a historical fact, and to say otherwise would be the same as to state that slavery, or rather that I am not sure if slavery is a historical fact. That doesn't make any sense. I just want to make sure that anybody in the school system who is a Holocaust denier has no access to my kid or to any other kids to indoctrinate them in falsehoods and to make light of the lives of over 6 million Jews who died in the most horrific ways, in ovens, being shot in the head, executed at random, had experiments performed on them, and I'm just totally astonished that in this day and age, any educator in our school system would be able and permitted to just state such things, minimize what has happened to millions of people, the death of millions of people.
Yes, this is, excuse me, Rebecca, excuse me, Talsnick. I'm calling with agenda item BRD2. And learning that William Latson was reinstated at Spanish River High School as a Holocaust denier, I was totally appalled. I am a second generation. My parents were Holocaust survivors, and I don't know how anybody in their right mind could deny that this happened. This was not made up. It was an actual fact. Please state my statement, and I don't think that he should be reinstated in the Palm Beach County. Any kind of responsible principal would never say anything like that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gail Belfer, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I want to state that I feel it is outrageous that the principal of the school, William Latson, was rehired recently after refusing to confirm that the Holocaust in fact occurred, that it is an actual piece of history that took place, and it is obscene to have a principal in place who is refusing to acknowledge and confirm that the history is in fact true, that he should be released, and the school board members who voted to have him rehired should also be released from their positions. They are not fit to lead or represent the community on the school board. The principal is not fit to be a leader in education because he is the opposite of what a leader in education should be. He should be reviewing the history, acknowledging the history, rather than refusing to acknowledge that the Holocaust did indeed, in fact, occur. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Pines. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I vote against reinstating Mr. Latson. I'm the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. My ancestors watched their relatives being murdered by the Nazis. It is unacceptable to reinstate a principle that denies this. 6 million people were murdered. They are not here to make this phone call. That is why, as the next generation, we must remember them and never forget the factual tragedies that occurred.
My name is Phyllis Garden. I'm from Boynton Beach, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I object to having a Holocaust denier on your board. I am the child of Holocaust survivors. My mother has a number on her arm and was in Auschwitz. The idea that there could be someone on your board, a board of education, denying that the Holocaust ever happened is despicable and atrocious. If you'd like, my mother can come tell you about the stories of watching her family being taken to the crematorium. So please do not allow this denier of an obvious, horrific, and historical event to be on the board. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shoshana Schwartz, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am a child of 2 Holocaust survivors who lived in Palm Beach County, as a matter of fact. And I know that if they were alive now, they would be as appalled as I am at the idea that you would hire someone in your education system, teacher, principal, it doesn't matter, who denies the existence of the Holocaust. Our family was murdered on both sides, my father's and my mother's, and I lost my grandmothers, my aunts, my uncles, and my cousins. And to have people who are so hateful deny the existence of this historically factual event is seriously appalling, and they should not be allowed to influence the minds of the young people who are coming up now, especially high school. There's a lot of anti-Semitism in the United States right now. We see people being killed. We see synagogues being vandalized. We see terrible things that are being said in this country and all over the world. You don't need to plant a hater in the middle of a school. It's the same thing as if you would put David Duke in a middle of a school in Harlem to say that slavery never happened. It would be appalling there, and it's appalling here as well, since, as I said, Palm Beach County is the home or was the home of many Holocaust survivors, and South Florida for sure is. Please do not rehire this man. It would be a terrible, terrible thing to do to the Jews of the United States, to the children of the United States, and all he's doing with this lack of morality is opening the door for the real haters to come in with their vile and repugnant messages. It's one thing to have free speech. It's another thing to have speeches that are based on lies, repugnant lies. Please do not hire this man back. He needs to be somewhere else doing something where he cannot harm the young children of Palm Beach County. Thank you.
My name is Dolores Rosen. I want to leave a comment that I'm against Mr. Watson having permission to stay on at the school. William Latson to stay on at the Spanish River High School as a principal. What is since he is a Holocaust denier. Its category is item agenda BRD2. You don't want my phone number, but my full name is Dolores Rosen. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Wachowski, and I am calling on agenda item BRD2. I am begging that this man does not get his job back. My father was a Holocaust survivor, and if anybody would like to hear his story, I would be more than happy to tell his horrible story and all the family members that I lost during the Holocaust. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'd like to leave a message. I oppose the hiring of Mr. Latson, the Holocaust denier. I think it's very bad to have a leader, especially the school, in this position, and clearly the board should not tolerate that. Education should be about getting along and not about allowing someone that's a Holocaust denier in the school. It's really disgraceful and really sad, and I hope they do the right thing by opposing this person. Again, you should not be having a Holocaust denier as a leader in your school. It's a very, very bad example, and it makes Palm Beach board look really bad. And the school system, it has a very negative image of it. And hopefully you do the right thing and oppose it. Thank you. My name is Barak Eckstein.
My name is Stephanie Swerdlow, and I live in Florida. And I'm calling regarding board item 2, BRD2. I'm asking very, very forcefully that Lawson should not be reinstated, as he should be aware that Holocaust education is mandated to be taught in the state of Florida and not denied. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Andesman. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 regarding the firing of William Latson, the Spanish River High School principal and Holocaust denier. People are entitled to their own opinions, but you cannot deny facts. And a Holocaust denier does not belong as a school principal, influencing young minds in our community or anywhere else. Please do not reinstate him.
Hi, this is Naomi Friedman, and I am calling about your decision to rehire Holocaust denier William Latson, and I would urge you to rescind that decision. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is David Dweck, D-W-E-C-K, from Boca Raton. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I don't need 3 minutes. I'm just asking that Latson not be rehired by the school board because there is no denying that the Holocaust did take place, and his comments were irresponsible, unprofessional, and many other things, and highly unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Hilda Panuski, and I'm calling in reference to agenda item BRD2. In reference to William Lawson, the principal, the former Spanish River High School principal, who was a Holocaust denier. I am a Holocaust survivor. I was in concentration camp after concentration camp. I lost my entire family there, and if he can say that the Holocaust never existed, he does not deserve to be in a classroom. Okay, let him just stay wherever he is, but out of the classroom. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elvin Reutman. I am calling to leave a message about a non-agenda item. I'm calling to implore the board to rescind its decision to rehire William Latson. I'm appalled that a body that is formed to ensure that our youth are properly educated could possibly entrust a Holocaust denier with the charge of leading a school. Holocaust denial is recognized by the U.S. and dozens of countries around the world as a form of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism should have no place in any schools, but especially in Palm Beach schools. Please take your job seriously and rescind your decision immediately. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Douglas Kahn, and I am calling regarding agenda BRD2. I think it's an absolute outrage that this principal was rehired. Expressing views like that in a school district with so many Jewish children is abhorrent, and it's a disgrace. And I think that he should be sanctioned. I think that he should be removed from the school district. He should not be allowed to spread this venom. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I really want to express dismay that the former Spanish River High School principal, a man by the name of William Latson, has been rehired. He is being rehired in a state in which many Holocaust survivors, many veterans of World War II, many people who would look him in the face and say he is a liar for his refusal to acknowledge that the Holocaust and atrocities to European Jewry took place. And I'm dismayed that such behavior, such revisionist history, and quite frankly, that such a unacknowledgement on the part of the school board to stand up for truth can take place. I urge the school board, the parent body, and all who have the power to demand that Mr. Watson apologize for his previous actions and recuse himself of any responsibility to educate the children of this country, children who should be living up to the legacies of our grandparents, of our seniors, and not one who shies away from the truth, despite the ugliness of and the complicated nature of that truth. Such a man has no role in the educational system and certainly should never be rehired. I urge you to reconsider. Thank you and have a great day. My name is Avi Fetter. I'm calling from New York, New York. Take care.
Hi, good evening. I hope everyone is well. And my name is Warren Heller. This is in reference to the agenda BRD2. I feel that it is very unfair to be rehiring someone who feels that that this whole situation never occurred as far as Nazism and so forth back in the 40s, and the entire Holocaust did not occur. Of course, everyone is entitled to their opinion, which I know is only fair and is correct. You're allowed your opinion. But I don't believe that a person should be teaching or being a principal of our schools who feels the way they feel. I think it's being very unfair. I feel that it is just unconscionable that we would want someone like that teaching our children anything other than fact. If there's a problem with fact, if we check the Encyclopedia Britannica, which is the most prestigious encyclopedia, to find that the Holocaust did occur, and unfortunately there were millions of people that were killed and maimed and destroyed during that period of time. I would like to thank the school board for allowing us just to give us an opinion and let us speak out as to how we feel. Thank you so much, and please, everyone, just stay safe. Bye. Thank you again.
Calling about agenda item BRD2. My name is Dr. Richard Fleckner. I live in New York State. To deny the Holocaust as a leader of education is to deny history itself. It will lead to further misunderstanding and further mistruths. And if we don't listen to history, we are bound to repeat it.
Hello, my name is Elliot Pines. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am voting against reinstating Mr. Lawson as the principal. He refused to acknowledge the Holocaust as fact, and as we know, the Holocaust is fact. So therefore, he should not be reinstated as the principal without acknowledging this piece. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Irene Glanz. I'm calling regarding Agenda BRD2. Please do not reinstate Principal William Latson. He has no place being anywhere in the school system. What he did regarding the Holocaust was unbelievable, and he cannot be kept on. Please let him go. Thank you.
My name is Lily Guntovnik, and I'm calling regarding Agenda Item BRD2. I absolutely do not support the revote of rehiring William Latson, who denies the Holocaust. It's appalling that this could even be a possibility that you would consider taking him back. It's beyond offensive and is unacceptable. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mara Schwartz, and I'm calling about the reinstatement of William Lawson and whether you're going to rescind it or reinstate him. And I'm calling to voice my disapproval of even considering him for such an esteemed office. I do not believe that you should reinstate William Lawson as an administrator or principal. As an anti-Semite and Holocaust denier, Lawson has no place in the Palm Beach schools. It's baffling and insulting that the board would even consider reinstating such a hateful and misinformed person, especially in a predominantly Jewish area like Boca Raton. Lawson is bad news for our schools, our students, and ultimately our community. His mission is to spread lies, to spread hate, and create division. He has no place in our system. Please get rid of him. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling regarding motion BRD2. My name is Jeff Greenman, and I do not support you reinstating that principal. He denies the Holocaust. It's insane, and nobody should be teaching our children to believe such hideous things. And we don't deny slavery, but he denies the Holocaust. I'm just blown away that you would even consider reinstating this man to a job to teach children. I'm just blown away. Again, Jeff Greenman. I live in Palm Beach County. Thank you very much.
This is Marjorie Weiss from Boca Raton. I'm calling to say that I think that William Lawson should not be reinstated. He should not be an educator who is a Holocaust denier teaching or supervising our children. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. Thank you very much.
My name is Irene Obadia. I'm from Boca Raton, Florida. The agenda item is B of boy RD2. I'm calling about William Latson, and it's a total embarrassment that somebody who teaches children or young people tell them that there was no Holocaust. My mother lost her parents. My father lost his parents and two brothers. My mother was in concentration camp in Auschwitz, in Bergen-Belsen, and I don't remember what else. And she had a tattoo on her arm, and she died a few years ago, and she couldn't even talk about it. And it's very easy for people to say it didn't exist, but I promise you it did exist, unfortunately, because all of my family were killed, and they were tortured, and they were treated like animals. They were starved, they were worked, and they were treated worse than slaves. So I would appreciate this gentleman read his history books and find out a little bit more before telling young people that it didn't exist. because I promise you, unfortunately, it did exist. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark King, and I'm calling in reference to and I'm from Florida, South Florida, and I'm calling in reference to B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David, 2, the number 2, and I'm calling in reference to this article which pertains to the Holocaust. Well, his name is William Laston. I think this guy William Laston, who you want to rehire, is an idiot. Okay, my wife's parents and grandparents were in the Holocaust. My wife has no family whatsoever. My wife has no family whatsoever, and because they all died in the Holocaust, they died in Auschwitz and some of the other places. And you have a guy there who says he's going to teach people. Students that it possibly maybe it didn't exist. How come it didn't exist? That's it. Bye.
I am calling for agenda item BRD2, William Laston. I am the wife of a Holocaust survivor, and I know personally how he suffered with 9 concentration camps. My name is Ida Wax, IDAWAX. Please do not reinstate him. Thank you. Be well and be safe.
My name is Robert Roth, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2 concerning the firing of William Lawson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who is a Holocaust denier. I am calling to voice my opinion that he should not, under any circumstances, be rehired. The Holocaust was one of the worst things that ever occurred in the history of the United States, or the history of the world, I should say, and to have a Holocaust denier teaching high school.
Hi, my name is Deborah Emmer, and this is regarding agenda item B as in Bravo, R as in Robert, D as in Deborah, the number 2. I am totally against reinstating William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal, who is a Holocaust denier. There are many wonderful people out there that I believe can be great candidates as a newly appointed Spanish River High School principal that does not have these horrific views about denying the Holocaust. I am Jewish, and I am totally against reinstating him. There are plenty of people that would love to jump in and take his position. I have no idea why he's even being given a second thought and an opportunity after everyone knows what his position is. And it's very clear that the Holocaust has taken place. So I am not in favor of reinstating William Latson. And if you have any questions, you can, I guess you can't reach me because I can't leave a telephone number, but please, please, on behalf of all the people that suffered and died during the Holocaust, do not, I implore, do not reinstate William Latson. there's probably some other great candidate out there with different views, and one who does agree with the fact that the Holocaust did exist and did happen. There's so much documentation. Thank you very much for listening to my position, and I am very confident that he will not, William Latson will not be reinstated as a school principal. Thank you very much for listening to me, and have a wonderful meeting.
Hello, this is Lisa Hinden regarding agenda item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in dog 2. I am calling to very strongly voice my opinion on William Latson. His firing should be permanent. It is disgraceful that he would even be considered to be rehired, as he blatantly denied the Holocaust. It should not be condoned in any way, and he has no place in the school system. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alice Witkowski, and I'm calling about agenda BRD2, and that item is talking about whether or not we should think about reinstating the principal Hi, my name is Alice Witkowski, and I am calling about agenda BRD2. I am calling to urge the Palm Beach County Board of Education not to reinstate Principal William Latson. After reading and learning all about this, with the frightening rise of global anti-Semitism, we have the responsibility to speak up against the abhorrent denial of the Holocaust. I am totally outraged that when the principal was pressed, he said, well, he couldn't say that the Holocaust did or did not happen, and he couldn't he couldn't tell the parents that one way or the other. The Holocaust is a fact. Facts are not about whether you believe the fact or not. This fact is the truth. And for a principal of a high school that is supposed to be a leader of the community, I believe it was his responsibility to say to the parents, well, I'm sorry for your feelings or beliefs about the Holocaust. However, I must state to you that the Holocaust is in fact a fact. It is not a hoax. That's all he had to do. Yes, the parents might have been upset, but maybe they would learn something. But it is up to him as an educator to know the difference between a fact and a falsehood, and to explain to those who don't that a fact is not something you can choose whether you like it or not, and then say fake facts. I feel sorry for the man, but he needs to be re-educated himself. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Craig Banner, and I'm replying to agenda item BRD2. I would like to state emphatically that William Latson should not be rehired. I am usually a person who believes in forgiveness, but this is not about forgiveness. This is about children learning, and children must learn the truth. They must learn that 2 + 2 are 4. They must learn that Christ existed. They must learn that the Holocaust really happened. We can't have teachers and administrators in a school teaching children what is not true. If children don't learn the truth, how can they be adults who are able to have the responsibility of being good citizens? How can they survive in this world? Therefore, we need teachers and administrators who only teach the truth, not their own reincarnation of what they choose to believe. Thank you.
My name is Rose Smith. I live in Boca Raton. I'm calling regarding agenda item board number 2. I request that the board members do not reinstate William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. I think his position that he cannot even acknowledge that the Holocaust happened is a detriment to the students and speaks to his ability to provide proper guidance in terms of information and factual understanding. I request that he not be reinstated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jenny Suika of Florida. I recently spent time in South Florida and have many friends who grew up in this area. This is in regarding to Agenda BRD2. To hear that a principal of especially Spanish River High School, which we know has a very high Jewish population, to openly come out and say that an atrocity of this past century did not occur is mind-blowing. That it would even be thought to reinstate. This is a problem that we've been seeing across the United States as students are not understanding that the Holocaust did occur. This is also insulting to the many people who died in that respect. And to allow a principal to openly deny the history of quite a few of its student bodies does not make sense to me and people that I've spoken to. So I don't believe that Mr. William Latson should be reinstated, especially with denying the history of many of its students. Thank you again for your time, and have a great evening.
Hello, my name is Holly Seidenfeld, and I am a resident in West Boca Raton, Florida. I'm calling with regard to the reinstatement of former Principal William Latson. I am married to the grandson of 2 survivors of Auschwitz within Poland. Obviously, Principal Latson's comments about the Holocaust were not only inflammatory, but unethical to the core. And to reinstate somebody in education who is willing to persist the lies of Holocaust deniers, to continue the lies of Holocaust deniers, crimes in other countries, is not only scary, but harmful to the Jewish community and to the communities at large. Continuing to promote anti-Semitism is one of the worst crimes that I can possibly imagine. I've been in education for over 10 years. I'm currently finishing my doctorate in education, and I am embarrassed to live in a community which is allowing this to happen. It is imperative upon the members of this board and the superintendent that they do not allow this to happen, that they protect every Jewish child living within this county, and that they are a beacon to the rest of the nation that Holocaust denial will never be allowed and accepted by the people of the United States. It is embarrassing that this phone call is necessary.
My name is Lawrence Chernow of Boynton Beach. Dear Board of Education, as a Jew, an educator of 28 years, and a human being, I cannot stay silent about allowing the spread of lies of Holocaust denial in our schools. This is comparable to saying we accept ignorance, hate, anger, and prejudice against people of color, the disabled, LGBTQ, and other minorities. What Watson has said is the same as saying we do not have to teach much about Black history because others do not have the same beliefs. Are you kidding? How do you think the 134,200 Jewish people of Palm Beach County feel and think of this subject? Mr. Latson is a disgrace and should not be allowed to lead our children. Please consider my family's thoughts and feelings. Thank you. Lawrence Chernow, Boynton Beach. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Emma Harris, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I vote against reinstating Mr. Latson. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Lasco. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, vote against reinstating Mr. Lawson.
Shalom, my name is Rabbi Zalman Buket from Chabad of West Boca Raton. I'm calling up about agenda item BR2 concerning the reinstatement of William Latson. I am a Holocaust child, meaning that my parents survived the Holocaust. I am calling up as a rabbi. I'm calling up as an educator. And on all of these three fronts, I ask the board not to reinstate a person that can openly deny the Holocaust and make believe that it didn't happen, and ultimately he never even apologized for that statement. In a community like Boca Raton, where I deal with lots of Jews and lots of people that have survived the Holocaust, and a survivor of a child survivor of the Holocaust, this is really a sad situation that we even have to ask the board not to reinstate such a principle, to educate our children. Education of our children is so important, and we need somebody that can educate our children and can be a person that we can respect. We want our children to respect. We want our grandchildren to respect. And therefore, I ask the board, please, do not reinstate such a person to educate our children, to be the principal of the education of our children. I ask you to respect those that are still living and survived the Holocaust, those that are children of Holocaust survivors, those that are rabbis that stand in front of their synagogues with hundreds of people. And what are they supposed to tell them? The principal of the school in Boca Raton is somebody who denies such a thing or makes believe that it never happened, God forbid. We need to have true educators in our schools. So I ask you again, please, don't reinstate this principal. He should go and do whatever he wants to do in life and be successful, but not to be an educator of the next generation. And as we come to the time where all our Holocaust survivors are passing on, we need more education, that such a thing should never happen, not only to Jews, but to anybody in the world. And therefore it's important to educate our children in our history and the history of the world and the history of hatred, especially today that we live in a time where there's a lot of hate. We need more we need more teaching of the opposite of hate, of what hate. So I thank you for this time, and I ask you to please don't reinstate this principle as a principle of our children. God.
Hello, my name is Susan Finger Cohen. I'm calling from Juno Beach, Florida. I'm calling regarding agenda item number BRD2. This is regarding the revote for Spanish River High School principal. As far as the Holocaust is fact. It is part of history. There are survivors on both sides that can vouch for this event happening. It was heinous and brutal. The fact that you want to rehire this gentleman who is a Holocaust denier, and he is influencing our children, and he is giving misinformation regarding the history that happened to 3 million Jews, 6 million, in our country and abroad. This is unacceptable. This man should not be in our Palm Beach County school system under any circumstances. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Juliana Rosenblatt. I live in Palm Beach, and I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I was appalled to hear that the Palm Beach Board of Education wanted to rehire William Latson, who refused to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. I think that to have someone like this in a position of leadership is just horrible, and this person should not be able to be a leader or to have his job back. And I urge you to please reconsider this horrible, horrible decision. And he should not be getting any money. I mean, this is someone who did something terrible by denying the Holocaust, and he should not, his voice should not be heard, and he should have lost his job. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to leave a message. As a Jewish person, I am appalled by what happened, and I really think the decision should be reversed. I think I said my name already, Roberta Simon, and I just think it was a wrong decision, and this person should not have any kind of job in education. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roya Dardashti, and I'm calling regarding rehiring Mr. William Lawson, the Holocaust denier, who supposedly is going to be, hopefully, a role model for our young children and teaching them the right and wrong. I don't know what he thinks and what gave him the idea to be a Holocaust denier. Young people are really dangerously very ignorant about the Holocaust. There was a survey, a national survey, that about, probably more than 50% of the 18-year-olds to 39-year-olds are actually very ignorant and very unknowledgeable about Holocaust. People always say never again, but in order to remember that, we need to be educated. Our youngers need to be educated about what happened in Holocaust in World War II and what happened to 6 million Jews. And this teacher or some others thinking that, okay, they were not 6 million, they were 2 million. Does that make us any better that 2 million Jews were being burned and starved to death? I don't know if that makes it any better or more acceptable. And this is absolutely unbelievable and very shocking. Even Germany, who has done this atrocity, is teaching their young in their school. It's a mandatory thing that they teach them in their schools in Germany about Holocaust, and they take them to all the camps, all the death camps, and show them what happened and explain to them. So everybody needs to be educated about this matter. And rehiring this person in any capacity sends the dangerous message that Holocaust denial is just a viable position, and that knowing and telling the truth about the deadliest genocide in the whole world is not an imperative thing. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Again, my name is Roya Dardashti. Bye-bye.
My name is Eli Bartol. I have a residence in Boca Raton, on the west side of Boca Raton, and would like to speak about BRD2 regarding William Lawson. I'm a son of Holocaust survivors. My family was wiped out totally in the Holocaust, and my mother was the only survivor out of six sisters and brothers. I'm outraged to find out that at this junction in my life in South Florida, we can possibly have a Holocaust denier who is also a principal of a school. This is so outrageous. I don't believe that this man should hold a position where my grandchild, who will be attending school first grade this coming year, should be exposed to people who got so low they don't accept an event that affected millions of people, individuals who suffered such a great torture by an evil regime, put the entire world into total chaos. I don't believe that anyone in his right mind should vote to accept a person like that and to such a position to affect my grandchild or grandchild of any denomination or any race or any color or anyone, no matter what their religion, belief, it is just unacceptable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mara Robbins. I'm calling regarding BRD2 and the rehiring of the Spanish River High School principal. I am just calling to leave my comment that I do not agree with this decision and do not believe he should be teaching our students or leading our students for that matter. And I hope that the school board does the right thing and refuses to rehire this person. Thank you very much.
I'm calling to reference agenda item number BRD2. My name is Joy Felton Lavin. I oppose Latson's rehiring in the strongest possible terms. Holocaust denial has been recognized by the U.S. and almost 30 other countries as a form of anti-Semitism. Isn't it enough that Palm Beach County will forever be the laughingstock of the world for our hanging chads? Do you really want to send a signal to the anti-Semites of the country to come on down? Heavily Jewish Palm Beach County public schools are ready to welcome you with open arms. It is absolutely shocking that many young people know nothing about the Holocaust or believe it was only a handful of Jews affected or believe the Jews caused the Holocaust to happen. It certainly wasn't always that way at River, as the students fondly refer to their school. Both of my children graduated from Spanish River. My daughter was one of 3 local winners of the Southern Region, the Holocaust Memorial Writing Award in 10th grade, 2 of whom were Spanish River students. Of course, this was during the reign of Jeff McKee and Art Johnson, administrators who couldn't have been prouder or more supportive of their students. And now we must fight to rid our school system of a Holocaust denier? Boy, have things changed. Please do the right thing and not only rid Palm Beach County schools of the stain of Holocaust denial, but remove us from the welcoming committee for other uneducated haters to our area. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kara Friedman, and I'm calling with regard to agenda item BRD2, and I am calling to ask that the board please not reinstate William Latson as principal or in any other capacity at Spanish River High School or any other school in the Palm Beach County School District. Mr. Latson's comments with regard to the Holocaust last spring were terrifying and uneducated and very much were awful comments that strike as anti-Semitic or at worst and at best completely uneducated to suggest that the Holocaust didn't happen and that there's no historical proof of that is a uneducated perspective, and he should not be teaching students or running a school that seeks to educate our children at the most important age where their education and the perspectives they are given are so important. I ask you again to please vote no and not reinstate him in any capacity in the Palm Beach County School District. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Slackman. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. The agenda item is BRD2. I am appalled at the school board for reinstating the principal at Spanish River High School. I have no children. I am a senior citizen. I have plenty of friends who lived through the Holocaust. And they have their numbers stamped on their hands, and the tragedy they speak of is unimaginable how anybody survives that. And for this principal to say it's not factual when he met people, saw pictures, he could go to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., he could go to the Shoah Foundation. There are plenty of things. If he is saying this out loud, he belongs with the neo-Nazis. And neo-Nazis are not welcomed in Spanish River High School, believe me. So why should he be allowed? It's like I would say, I cannot believe slavery happened. I do not know it's factual. This man may be teaching our children other things that are full of hatred. So the best thing to do is to get rid of him. We have enough hatred. We have enough violence. We have enough problems in this world that we don't need a principal saying what he feels to the children of Spanish River High School. It's appalling that you even accepted him back and gave him his back pay. He deserves nothing. He deserves to be fired and never rehired in a place that children can be taught and listened to. Children are very vulnerable. And this man is saying he cannot say if it's factual, or maybe he is not looking in the right places. Whatever it is, you must get rid of him. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ellen Brown. I'm calling in regard to BD2, I believe it is, which is the rehiring of the principal who denied the Holocaust. As a proud member of Palm Beach County, proud resident of Palm Beach County, I can't believe that someone who is so ignorant to the horrific killing of innocent people and the proof that we have regarding the Holocaust, someone is denying it and saying, it's just the fact that he's an educator and saying these things makes me cringe. I am a former teacher. I believe that facts are what should be brought to children and not his personal view. If he wants to deny it, go deny it and face himself in the mirror. But he should not deny it because it was true, it was horrific, and it is part of human history. Thank you.
Right, the phone number.
My name is Carol Levine. I live in Jupiter, Florida, and I am calling with reference to the principal, the rehiring and paying back of lost monies to the Spanish River High School principal. I am very much opposed to it, and I am hoping the board will reconsider their very poor decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Nord. I am very concerned about the school board's decision to rehire William Latson. The man is a denier of history. If we don't know our history, it is bound to repeat itself. This man is doing nothing but allowing hatred to spread by denying it. Please, please, please reconsider your decision to rehire him. Thank you. Again, my name is Suzanne Nord.
Hi, my name is Joshua Strobel, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I recently moved here to Palm Beach County, and my wife and I are coming from New York. And I say this really from the bottom of my heart. I'm new to the area. I don't really know the lay of the land like many of you do. And I hesitate to comment on something that I wasn't even here for. But I just recently had the first anniversary of the passing of my grandfather, who survived the death camps in Mauthausen, and I'm the upcoming first anniversary of the passing of my grandmother, who survived a year and a half in Auschwitz death camp. I can't sit by and let my tax dollars go to a public education system that allows for a display of despicable Holocaust denial. And in reality, I think we all have to look ourselves inside and live with the current situation in the world and decide whether we're going to say something or not say something. Many times we face these decisions. If there's anything that my grandparents gave me, it was the strength to say something when a real misdeed was done. Please don't dishonor their memory. Please don't dishonor their memory by reinstating the principal of Spanish River High School. For their sake and for ours, please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mindy Schwartz, and I live in Aventura, Florida. 33180 is the zip code there. I'm calling with regard to the revote on Wednesday the 21st for the principal who was rehired after he had made those disparaging remarks about the non-existence of the Holocaust. I am totally outraged, and everyone I tell this story to in this area where I live I can't believe that a board would reinstate a principal whose beliefs are as such. The horrendous, hideous, unbelievable history that we have of the Holocaust can not only be denied, but it should not be ever forgotten. I would like to say that if any other educator, perhaps a Jewish educator, had said that we are not going to believe that there was black African slavery ever, there would be a demonstration at the least. So I just want to urge the board to reconsider this, and frankly, the 4 board members who had voted on this prior should really be excused and let go from their position, because there was no reason to rehire this principal with these kinds of commentary. Thank you.
I'm calling in regard to item BRD2. My name is Morris Maltz. I was born in a displaced persons camp in Germany. Both my parents survived Mulldorf, Auschwitz, and Dachau. Both sets of my grandparents were murdered by the Nazis, as well as all of my uncles and aunts. I implore you to terminate your relationship with William Latson. I implore you to not rehire him. He does not belong teaching our children. I implore you to do the right and just thing. Do not rehire William Latson, a Holocaust denier.
Yes, regarding agenda item BRD2, my name is Benjamin Tepper, and I urge you to vote against reinstating William Latson. It's an incredible, upsetting event that took place for Jewish people and for all good-thinking people, that such a comment could be made, and in fact, he is being considered to be reinstated, and that 4 people were in favor of reinstatement. That is appalling, and I'm astonished to hear such a thing. This is a bad mark on all of us, that such a thing could go unpunished or without consequence for displaying such a vulgar behavior and not considering the feelings of the populace to this horrendous event that happened, and not to actually admit that this is an historical fact that is very recent in our times. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Professor Seth Goldsmith, and I'm calling with reference to Mr. Latson's reappointment. As someone who has studied the Holocaust, who has lost relatives in the Holocaust, and is the author of a new book on the Holocaust, I am very disappointed in, or rather I would hope that the board would see its way clear to not reappoint Mr. Lawson. I recognize that we are a country where free speech is important, but I also recognize that there are limits to free speech. And Holocaust denying is not helpful to students and is not helpful to the community, and of course is a outright lie. So I would strongly urge that that the board consider not reappointing or reinstating Mr. Lawson, who is doing a disservice to the students of Palm Beach County. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Rabbi Weistock. I am a resident in Boca Raton. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. As first, I would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to this and consider what I'm saying. As a grandchild of Holocaust survivors, I'm deeply offended that an individual is being considered for rehire at Spanish River High School that does not believe that the Holocaust existed. As an educator of children, he perpetuates Holocaust denial, which is deeply anti-Semitic and offensive and disturbing to myself, my family, and our entire community, and should be to all citizens of our country at large. I ask that you please reconsider rehiring this individual, and thank you again for taking the time to listen.
Hello, my name is Debbie Robinson, DebbieRobinson. I am calling regarding BRD2. I am asking that the board act with leadership and integrity to terminate William Latson, principal of the Spanish River High School. Last year, he was terminated for his denial of the Holocaust, but he was recently reinstated. He should be terminated for his lying, since his Holocaust denial goes against the facts. The Holocaust is a fact of history, and the Nazis were outstanding recorders of their own atrocities. Anyone who cannot confirm the facts of the Holocaust should not be teaching, and most especially should not be in an educational director's position such as principal. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
My name is Linda Sachs. I live in Wellington, and I'm calling regarding the agenda item BRD2 about the reinstatement of William Latson, who was fired because of his comments about the Holocaust. And I absolutely cannot believe that you are going to try to reinstate him into the school system and teach something that he feels was not so. I'm totally against his reinstatement into the school. Thank you for listening. Bye now.
Hi, my name is Rachel Greenbaum, and I'm calling in regard to the agenda item BRD2.
Hi, my name is Lindy Rosen. I live in this district, and I'm very disturbed to hear concerning issue number BRD2 that Principal Lawson is being reinstated. I think this is really outrageous. If this was a person who refused to comment on whether slavery occurred, no one would consider that acceptable, and there must not be a double standard when it comes to anti-Semitism, especially when anti-Semitism is on the rise, and especially when there are so many grandchildren of Holocaust survivors who attend that very school. I am really deeply hurt by the decision of the board to reinstate a person like this, to not only be a principal, but to be a role model and an educator for children. It is a terrible decision, and he should not be reinstated, and he should also be required to go to Yad Vashem or another Holocaust memorial, perhaps the one in Miami, and get some education on historical fact. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharona Kay. I'm calling from Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I've been teaching history for 26 years, and one of the important skills I try to teach my high school students is distinguishing fact from opinion. I think it's a very crucial skill for all of us to learn, and anybody who does not know how to distinguish fact from opinion has no business being in education. Therefore, William Lawson, who does not know that the Holocaust is fact or would not admit it for whatever reason, does not belong in education and should not be reinstated. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Leah Holzer, and I am a school counselor in Florida, and I cannot imagine that your Spanish River High School principal, that you would have him back after firing him. Four of my grandparents all survived Auschwitz, so my entire life, they were heard all about them in Bergen-Belsen, in Dachau, in Buchenwald, in Auschwitz. And as a school counselor, I go to all the classrooms and I talk about the Holocaust, I educate my kids about the Holocaust. And if I get to work for an administrator that didn't believe in the Holocaust when my own grandparents were survivors of concentration camps, I don't know what to say, how hurt and shocked I am that this could possibly happen. It's just my life and what my grandparents have taught me to move, I just can't understand this. And I'm just so hurt because as a principal, you're educating lots of children and you're behind a lot of administrators. And in the state of Florida, we are teaching kids about the Holocaust. And it would be almost like if I would say there was no such I just really can't imagine. And I just think that at least if the principal would have apologized, I think that would have been, more acceptable. And maybe if the principal wants to meet me and I could share my story about my grandparents, and I'm happy to meet him at a Holocaust museum. But, to be a principal and to have all these students and teachers look up to you, come on, when my own grandparents, all four of them are survivors of all these camps. So please, if you want to meet me, I'm happy to share and come to your school and educate and talk to this principal, because maybe he's unaware. I'd really like to have a chance to teach him something, because this is just it's just really uncalled for, just in the position that he's at. So I'm really, as board members, do the right thing. The right thing. Do the right thing, and at least as a principal, apologize. So many people in Palm Beach County are Jewish, and we are so hurt. So please do the right thing. Meet us and educate us.
Hi, my name is Esther Schreibman, and I'm calling to protest the reinstating the superintendent, Mr. Lawson of Spanish River High School, as a superintendent. I think it's a disgrace, and it's very upsetting. Bye-bye.
Hello. I would like to speak on agenda item BRD 2. Please do not rehire the Holocaust denier, William Lawson. My name is Marlene Feingold. Thank you.
This is Brenda Storch. I'm calling back. I didn't know that he was the principal, which made it even more horrendous. I can't believe he was real. We were going to hire him again.
My name is Jerome Kaplan. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2 and calling to voice my opposition to the reinstatement of Principal William Latson. I think it is absolutely abhorrent that we would consider reinstating somebody who has denied the Holocaust at all. The idea that we would reinstate a principal is shocking.
Hi, my name is Rachel Moses, and I am calling from Florida, and I do not think that the principal should be working at the school. I think it is actually disgusting what he said, and I don't think someone who said something like that should be in power, especially of a school teaching young children who need to learn about the Holocaust, because it is something that happened and affected the whole wide world. So I think that the principal should be fired. Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Uri. First of all, I'd like to thank the school board members for their hard work and their diligence in examining the issue of the former principal of Spanish River High School. I urge you to once again examine the issue and find that the principal should be fired and should not receive compensation. We are living in extremely difficult, scary times with the rise of white supremacy, anti-Semitism, hate groups, and at this time it is more urgent than ever that our educators are clear on the facts of the Holocaust and willing to make sure the facts are taught, and never again will we see a Holocaust of this magnitude. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
My name is Cheryl Nunberg. I am commenting in reference to agenda item BRD2, referring to William Latson. I would like to say that my parents were both Holocaust survivors, as was my sister, who was a mere toddler at the time. My father was forced to give up his business. They were forced to stay in hiding and run from farm to farm for a number of years during the war. In addition, I lost all 4 grandparents, 6 uncles, an aunt, and numerous cousins. This Holocaust really happened, and William Latson has no business educating students with lies and fabrication to deny the Holocaust. There is no reason to reinstate him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Benjamin. I am calling in regard to the BRD2 agenda item, and it's regarding William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. He should not be reinstated in any position in the school. We are to teach our children tolerance, understanding, compassion, and this is a Holocaust denier. We have people who are alive today who are expressing the horrors of the Holocaust, and if anyone should deny such a tragedy, they are anti-Semitic and they are not worthy of working in the schools to guide our children. We need people who want to bring out the best in everyone and teach our children tolerance and compassion. Thank you. This man should not be working in the school system. Do not reinstate him. Goodbye.
My name is Liba Sonneberg, and I am calling regarding agenda BRD2. I have been following this issue from the very beginning regarding the firing of William Latson. I think it would be incredibly outrageous to reinstate this individual as a principal, since he is ignorant as to history and should have known that there is no question that the Holocaust happened. It's history. It's not an opinion. My children live in Florida and in the Palm Beach area, and I would be horrified if this person was put back as a principal of a school there. I don't even know what you can be thinking to even consider reinstating this person who did such a terrible thing, who could make a comment like that. Maybe he should think about if somebody would make a comment like that about slavery in the United States. Maybe then he would understand how abatement was. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope the results are good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Barak. I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. I want to say that it's a total tragedy to have someone like William Latson in power, a Holocaust denier who denies history and genocide and things that still today we're fighting for across the world. Someone like that should not have access to our children in any way, shape, or form as we try and create a place that breeds tolerance and acceptance and peace. Please, please, please look at history and listen, and don't accept the gross denial of factual tragedy that impacts us still today. Thank you.
My name is Norman Fear. I do not feel that Mr. Lawson is qualified to be reinstated as Spanish River High School principal. His principles do not coincide with what should be our principles. Please vote no. Thank you. It is agenda BRD2 I am calling about.
Hi, this is Dr. Neil Oakham. I'm a resident of Boca Raton. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I find it preposterous that William Lawson is to be reconsidered for rehiring. These are my thoughts. His actions are unacceptable under any circumstances. Thank you for listening. Please have the courage to deny reinstatement. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to express my opposition. My name is Jack Rosenblum, and I would like to express my opposition to the rehiring of Mr. Lawson by the school board. I know that this is under reconsideration, and I certainly feel that that he should have never been reinstated for any position in the school board. There's no place for Holocaust denial. It's a form of anti-Semitism. And our young people are dangerously ignorant about the Holocaust. And Mr. Lawson certainly was aware of his obligation to promote education about the Holocaust, but apparently he's a Holocaust denier, and this is kind of outrageous considering all the anti-Semitism that has been perpetrated in recent days throughout the United States. I think our community deserves better, our teachers deserve better, our students deserve better, and I would hope that the school board would recognize that there's no place for Holocaust denial in the Boca Raton School District. Thank you.
My name is Jill Beck. I live in West Palm Beach. I'm a retired educator. I'm calling regarding agenda number BRD2. My opinion is that the reinstatement of William Lawson from Spanish River High School should not be given. He should not be reinstated. He should be let go from the Palm Beach County school system. Thank you.
I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I am asking the board to seriously reconsider their option of reinstating this principal. He has no business being in the educational system if he doubts the historical record of the Holocaust. As I am a child of a survivor, the history is very real and very upsetting when there are people who will say things that are not true, and they are in charge of educating other people, whether they are supervising teachers and not necessarily in front of children just children. But this is important because this history is real, and as the Holocaust fades in the memory of people, it has to be there for everyone to remember so that nothing like this ever happens again. Do not reinstate this principle. My name is Delia Oppenheimer. I am from Miami, Florida. Thank you.
Carol Teitelbaum. I am a Boca Raton resident, and I'm calling about the fact that you are thinking of reinstating a person who is even remotely a denier of the Holocaust. The Holocaust should be taught because the Holocaust survivors are dying right now. I have family members who have numbers on their forearm because they are Holocaust survivors, and they have told their story to, I forgot the person who wrote Schindler's List, but I mean, it's just a horrifying thought that children would be taught that the Holocaust is possible or not possible. It is absolute historic fact. That is my comment. Thank you.
My name is Ann Krause, and I am calling regarding agenda item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David, 2. I strongly believe that William Latson should not be allowed to be returned as a principal of any school, as he is a denier of the fact that the Holocaust happened. That is absolutely incorrect, as any real historian knows, and I object to any of my taxpayer dollars going to a human being like that is passing such untruthful information. I would be happy to get all of you in touch with Sarah Bloomfeld, who is head of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. She would be able to provide you and any of your staff with any details you needed to confirm that the Holocaust was an actual event and that over 6 million lives were lost. And to deny this in a public education system is absolutely unacceptable. I urge you not to allow this man to be teaching our young people. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will be following the vote closely, and it will affect how I vote in all future elections. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is a concerned citizen. My name is Renata Chalfin. I am calling because I heard that the Spanish River principal who told parents that he could not argue whether the Holocaust actually occurred or not, that he would be reinstated potentially tomorrow at the meeting. So I just wanted to call and say that I didn't think that that was right, especially here in Boca, where there are so many Jewish residents, and it would be very problematic. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
In regard to BRD2, my name is Judith Stopek, and I am calling to insist that the principal, Mr. Latson, not be reinstated. I am against his reinstatement. He is a Holocaust denier and does not deserve to be in that position.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eliyahu Levin from the state of Florida.
I'm calling in regards to agenda item BRD2, the firing of William Latson. To highly encourage that he gets fired and doesn't get re-voted in. As an anti-Semite, this is a very, very important matter.
My name is Ilse, I-L-S-E, the last name Aronheim, A-H-R-O-N-H-E-I-M. I live in Palm Beach, Florida. I was born in Germany in the year 1929. When Hitler came to power, I was about 5 years old. We are Jewish, and I remember being very frightened because everyone around me was frightened and had to leave Germany. We left Germany because of the Holocaust. We were very fortunate to accidentally get some papers that we could come to America. My mother's parents, who lived along the Rhine in a town called Wallenda, were both killed in the concentration camps. My husband's mother and father, who lived in Bremerhaven, northern Germany, were both killed in the concentration camps. If Principal William Latson would like to speak to me and my husband, we would be very happy to speak to him. We thank you so much for accepting this call. My number is 561-582-6667. My name again is Ilse Aronheim. Thank you.
My name is Alana Grauer. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2, the reinstating of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. I'm calling as the grandchild of Holocaust survivors. While the comments were not made by the Palm Beach County Board, rehiring William Lawson will only validate those comments, putting the Holocaust at question. As most of you know, sitting in this room, I'm sure some of you are either children of survivors, grandchildren of survivors, or know people who are victims of the Holocaust. By putting somebody like William Latson at the head of a school in charge of education, you're validating the comments that the Holocaust did not happen or should ever be questioned. 6 million Jews didn't die in vain. This would be a horrific act, and I am requesting that you vote against rehiring William Latson. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Cohen, and I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I was absolutely devastated when I heard that they hired this teacher back who denied the Holocaust. This is documented history. It's documented every which way, from Holocaust survivors to film to photographs. All you have to do is walk into a Holocaust museum, and I don't think I need to make an argument that the Holocaust existed. But in a town like Boca Raton, which is so full of Jewish people, it is a predominant. There is a large Jewish population there. This is the last place in the world I would imagine that this would be acceptable. And that you're hiring this person back is just inexcusable. It's just really, really should be an embarrassment to your school that you would have someone with those beliefs working at your school. It's just deplorable. I'm very much against him teaching at your school or any school for that matter, unless it's in a nation or a country where it's openly accepted to be anti-Semitic. Just deplorable. I really hope you'll reconsider this one. It really looks bad on your school, and on your community. Goodbye.
My name is Catherine Mankin, Mankin. I'm calling about the reinstatement of a principal who refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust took place. And it's shameful that you would even consider having this person in any position of authority, dealing with children, all of it. It's just, I can't conceive of how people could think this is a good idea. And I think you should, all of you, vote so that it doesn't happen. I guess that's the end of my message. It's board item 2.
Hi, my name is Ilana Landau. I'm calling about agenda item BRD2. I am really asking everyone to not reinstate William Latson as principal of Spanish River High School. He was fired for making statements about denying the Holocaust. He couldn't actually admit that it was part of history. Couldn't actually admit that it took place. And how could a person like this, who has these kind of ideas, be an educator and be in the education system and shape young people's minds with this kind of thinking and philosophy in our day and age when we have seen so much anti-Semitism all over the world and very much so in the United States. This type of person who denies the Holocaust, who has not even apologized for his statements, let alone admitted that the Holocaust actually took place. We are living in Palm Beach County, where we have the highest population of Holocaust survivors. This person should not be reinstated.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Alisa Stein, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm calling to tell you how much I oppose the rehiring and reinstating of William Latson, the former Spanish River principal, who denied openly the Holocaust. As a Jew and a grandchild of Holocaust survivors, I am deeply, deeply troubled that someone like this would be in charge of our children's education. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Stephen Oppenheimer. I'm calling regarding the upcoming agenda, item number BRD2, regarding whether William Latson should be reinstated as principal. I think that what he has done is outrageous. As a person who is in authority and who has educational influence over young minds and students, as well as faculty members of the school, I think that his denial of the Holocaust is something which should disqualify him as principal. If somebody who was a principal denied the history of slavery in our country, would the board vote to keep him in his position? Would the board want someone that is so prejudiced and denies something as horrendous as that? Would they want him to be reinstated? I think not, and I think that would be rightly so. Therefore, I urge all the members to not reinstate William Latson. I think he has disqualified himself. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Rubin. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm calling about agenda BRD2. Please do not reinstate Mr. Latson as principal of the Spanish River School. I believe that he should be fired for his comments denying the Holocaust, and I would not like to see him reinstated. Thank you.
This is Danny Hermon, Hermon, calling regarding item number BRD2 against hiring William Latson. We do not have in this society a person that should be having a job like this that denounces the Holocaust happening. It's disgusting. Please don't hire him. It's a disgrace. Don't hire him. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lisa Pincus regarding agenda item BRD2. I'm calling to state my opinion and to try and understand how we can have a leader of a high school who denies an event in history that promoted hate and the killing of a huge population of people. There is no way that an educator should be in such a role, and therefore I vehemently am against rehiring William Latson for his position as principal of the high school.
My name is Edward Pincus. I live in Palm Beach County in Boca Raton, and I'm extremely upset and frustrated about this matter. I'm calling about the item now, BRD2. This is totally not acceptable and inhumane to allow a person to question the Holocaust existence. If that person has any questions, he's welcome to go to Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. and visit it. Thank you very much, and I hope that this matter will never, ever repeat again in our county. Bye.
My name is Rosalba Martini. I'm calling on agenda item BRD2 in regards to William Latson. The man is a Holocaust denier. Please keep him out of our school board system. Please. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Croft. I'm calling regarding item number BRD2, the possible reinstatement of William Latson, the principal of Spanish River High School in Boca Raton. His comments regarding the Holocaust, that not everyone believes the Holocaust happened, and that I can't say the Holocaust is factual, is using the language of Holocaust deniers, should be considered misconduct, period. I think it was wrong to overlook that misconduct and rehire him. I think the original decision to fire him was correct. I am a former teacher in Palm Beach County, and as an educator in Palm Beach County, we were held to a higher level of morality, and we were required to sign a morality clause. We were also required to teach Holocaust studies, and the principal of our school was required to make sure that all the teachers in our school and knew what was expected of us. And so he should have known that this was a fact. This was not a debatable topic. So as a principal of a huge school in Boca, this shouldn't have been debatable. We have a huge problem with anti-Semitism in our country right now, and for him to go on record stating this, and even at this point still not apologizing, and it's just unconscionable. I have a 16-year-old son still in high school in the Palm Beach County School District, and it's just appalling. And I do not feel like this is an example that we should have for our students in our district. And I feel strongly that he should be terminated and he should not be allowed to be employed by the district. And this is just a really big teachable moment for our students of, what should be allowed, and, for the parents. We have Holocaust deniers as parents, and this is just enabling them and saying, yes, this is fine, this is acceptable, that this is okay. And it's just a tragedy that this has been allowed and this has been encouraged, because the district is afraid of how much money
it would cost.
Hi, my name is Yehudis Lazarus. I live in Miami Beach, Florida. But prior to moving here, I lived in Boca Raton for a couple of years. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2, which is the potential rehiring of, or the reconsideration of the rehiring of William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. And I wanted to just let you know how horrified I was to hear that this may possibly happen. My grandparents, my maternal grandparents, my grandfather was in Auschwitz, and my grandmother was in a labor camp, and the Holocaust destroyed both of their families completely. It affected the rest of their lives. It's something that occurred to so many people I know, and is one of the greatest atrocities and genocide of the 20th century. To hear that somebody could deny that this is a fact, or is not willing to state that this is a fact, and this is somebody who is teaching high school age kids, many of which are Jewish, in Spanish River High, is horrifying to me. And I beg you, please, to stand up against the atrocities, against somebody who is unwilling to emphatically state that these atrocities occurred, and is essentially erasing the memory of the Holocaust and all of those who perished. I beg you, please, not to rehire him, and to ensure that we make sure that everyone understands that we can't whitewash the past, so that we can make sure something like this never happens again in the future. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Eliza Austin. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. Please reconsider hiring William Latson, the former Spanish River High School principal. He is a Holocaust denier, and it is very, very hurtful. I have grandparents and a mother who was born in Germany. Thank you.
Regarding item number 2, this is Rena Mackover. I think it would be an embarrassment to the state of Florida, which promotes Holocaust education, to reinstate Mr. Latson as principal. If he had said this regarding slavery, saying he didn't know whether that was a factual thing, we would not even be an event at your meeting. Thank you.
William Latson cannot be reinstated. He is an anti-Semite. He's a liar. He's a bad man. There is no way he can be reinstated to the school board. It is horrific that it's even being considered. My name is Diane Leslie, and this cannot happen.
Hello, this is Barbara Korpman. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. This regarding the firing and then rehiring of the Spanish River High School principal, William Latson. I think it's a disgrace that he was rehired. How he could deny the Holocaust when there is so much factual information, it's unbelievable. Would he also deny that there was slavery in this country and that there was acts committed against black people, because he doesn't have any proof of that? It's the same thing with the Holocaust. It's been proven. There's pictures, there's documentation, there's people who have suffered in the Holocaust survivors. How he cannot admit that this is a factual event, the Holocaust, is unbelievable. I think that you have to reconsider and fire him. He certainly wasn't entitled to $152,000 of back pay. Thank you.
Hi, how do you do? My name is Harold, Harold Richter, Richter. I'm calling on October 20th. It's around 12:13 p.m. regarding the revoting on William Latson. Both my parents were Holocaust survivors. My mom still lives in Delray Beach, Florida. She's 90 years old. My dad died in 1981. They were both in concentration camps. And it is imperative that the schools, particularly the public schools, in fact all schools, not have people who minimize or deny the Holocaust and its consequences. It's very important for history, for today, for the present, for the future. So I strongly advise that Mr. Latson not be reinstated, and hope that revote will support that position. Thank you.
My name is Rhoda Schneider. I am calling regarding Agenda BRD2, which is the reinstatement of William Latson as principal. I am outraged, disappointed. I cannot even think of the words that you would consider having this man who is a Holocaust denial. I am paraphrasing from Facebook. The Holocaust is supported by the well-documented the Holocaust denial is supported by the well-documented rise of anti-Semitism globally and the alarming level of ignorance among the Holocaust, especially among young people. There is evidence, overwhelming evidence. This is please do not have William Latson as the principal of a school that controls that's young people's minds. I hope that he will definitely not be a principal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Sredny. I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. William Latson should not be reinstated as principal for the fact that he refuses to acknowledge that the Holocaust happened. It is not acceptable for someone to do so, to hold that belief and educate children in that manner as well. Please do not reinstate him. Thank you.
This is Gary Krasna. I'm calling regarding agenda item B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in David 2. I wanted to express my concern regarding the rehiring of William Latson, a Holocaust denier, and urge the school board not to reinstate him. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hi, my name is Burley Hershkovitz. I'm calling from Baltimore, Maryland, and I'm calling about agenda number item BRD2. I'm calling because I wanted to just tell you my life and that I'm a child of survivors of the Holocaust. My father was the sole survivor of 10 children. His family was taken. It's hard for me to talk about this. His family was taken. The Nazis came. They took them. They lined them up. They had them undressed. They had them dig their own graves, and they shot them into their graves. My mother's niece was a year old. They came to their place. The Nazis grabbed the child, the niece, out of my hands and threw her down 3 levels to a truck below. To rehire someone who is a denier of the Holocaust is a slap to the face of so many people in this country. If we're to go on and be rid of any hate, and especially the hate that's going today, we can only look at history and remember what has happened. To bring someone in who says this never happened, just had to see the numbers on my mother-in-law's arm and the tears and the nightmares that my parents had all of their lives. To do this, to bring him back, is a travesty. I hope you will do the right thing and consider that what would all of you do, and would you want this denied if this is what would have happened in your lives and if you never had any grandparents or aunts or uncles? Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Michelle Myers from New Jersey, and I'm a long-term Holocaust educator. I am outraged that William Latson is being considered to be rehired after stating that he can't say that the Holocaust is a factual historical event. Okay. This is the most documented genocide in the history of mankind. I would recommend that this man is fired and not have the opportunity to influence young people. Many of us are working so hard to teach our children about the consequences of hate and bigotry, okay, and then to hear an educator state that it's not factual historical event because he's not in a position to do so as a school district employee is just egregious. This man needs to go to the camps. He needs to talk to survivors, okay. I know so many. I've seen so many families, second generation, third generation, whose families are still touched horribly, impacted horribly by the consequences of the Holocaust. 6 million Jews and 5 million other people that were murdered. So as one Holocaust survivor said to my students when they said, how do you feel when someone denies the Holocaust? And he stood there shaking, almost in tears, saying, where's my mother? Where's my grandparents? Where's my cousins? Where's my aunts? Where's my uncle? Where did they go? So that's the question. Where did those 11 million people go? This man must go. He has no right whatsoever to be an educator, no right whatsoever to impact young minds in any way. Thank you.
Hi, this is Marissa Levinson calling about agenda item BRD2 to not rehire Mr. Latson. It is unacceptable. His behavior is unacceptable. We do not want any Holocaust deniers in our schools, especially this school in Boca Raton, which has so many students with grandparents and great-grandparents who actually lived through the Holocaust. It would be a travesty and an injustice to rehire Mr. Latson. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Susan Presby, and I want to comment on your regarding the firing and possibly rehiring of William Latson, the high school principal who denies the Holocaust. I am very against rehiring him. First of all, it's very insensitive to the issue, and with all the data out there that the Germans themselves put out there, how anyone can refute that is unbelievable. Also, my parents have gone through the Holocaust, and I'm very insulted by what he says and what he teaches his students. So I would strongly want him not to be rehired. Thank you.
My name is Carla Levine, and I live in Boca Raton, and I'm calling about Agenda BRD2, about the reinstatement of Latson. I am shocked and horrified beyond words. As someone who has lost many people to the gas ovens in Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen, the notion that you could have somebody in such a leadership position, someone who has authority and ability to shape minds, and someone who would deny that is something that is so beyond words horrific and would cast such a terrible shadow over the school system and be very reflective of growing anti-Semitism and the evils that would bring into this country. It is shocking to me that a school board who should embody the qualities of goodness and honor and justice would do such a thing. Imagine somebody denying that slavery in this country existed or World War II existed. There are so many things that would, of course, you cannot deny. How can you allow this and to trample on the minds and the hearts of the children of this county? I urge you not to reinstate him.
Hello, my name is Sharona Seidel, and I live in Palm Beach County. I am urging you tonight to vote no on item BRD2, the reinstatement of William Latson to Spanish River High School. His ignorance and anti-Semitic remarks are a disgrace to education in our community. Please do not allow such a person to stand in a classroom before impressionable students. I thank you for your consideration.
The name is Dr. Edward Thompson. I am calling regarding agenda item BRD2. Absolutely, unconditionally, do not reinstate William Latson. He does not belong there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Esther Enton. I live in Boca. I'm calling about BRD2 regarding the firing of William Latson from Spanish River High School. I'm calling to strongly urge that the firing be upheld, that he not be allowed back. Somebody who denies verifiable, actual facts about something like the murder of so many people should not be allowed to be a principal of our children, especially in this day and age when there is so much hate on all sides of from both the right and the left. It would be a great moral failing and would invoke great moral cost and make our city a laughing stock and a bad example for the country and for history. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling in regard to item BRD2, the William Laston, the former Spanish River High School principal. He is a denier of the Holocaust. My name is Daniela Schwebel. My grandparents were in the Holocaust, and I think it's an absolute disgrace to have someone in such a high position that is an educator be a denier and passing this along to the next generation. When there is so much history and so many people that have been that have perished because of this atrocity, and I think it's a complete disgrace to rehire this person. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Meryl Stein, and I am calling to make a comment against reinstating the educator who believes in denying the Holocaust. It is important that the truth be told, whether you like it or not, because the only way we learn from history and study history is to know the truth, and there is no denying that this occurred. The fact that somebody could say that it didn't is a true fallacy, and that person does not belong in the educational realm. We don't need people making up history because they don't like what occurred, or they side with something, or they side against it. The truth is truth, the facts are facts, and even if you don't like the facts, you can't change history. So I am disgusted that there's even a possibility that this person could be reinstated. This person needs to have some education. This person needs to speak to Holocaust survivors. This person should take a class with the Shoah Foundation at the University of Southern California and hear from survivors whose voices and images have been recorded long after they're gone, so that the truth is not forgotten and the history is not forgotten. And a Board of Education to think about reinstating somebody who believes this needs to have their head examined, because they clearly are not into education and believe that making things up as you go is the best way to educate our future. So I have some doubts if that's how you vote and how you feel. You may not like Jews. That's fine. That's your choice. In America, we do have free choice. But to hate someone and to spread lies about them, I can't imagine any adult feeling that this would be okay. Especially in today's society, spreading hate and spreading lies should not be condoned by a Board of Education. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dory Goldman. I live in Delray Beach, Florida, and I'm calling regarding agenda item BRD2. I think it's horrendous that the principal was rehired, the former Spanish River principal William Latson, that said that the Holocaust never happened. Well, ask Steven Spielberg if the Holocaust never happened. Ask the survivors who have numbers tattooed on their arms that are still residing in Florida if the Holocaust never happened. I think it's a horrendous situation that this man is being rehired. My phone, I don't know if you want my phone number, 973-985-9197. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
My name is Marilyn Wanderer. I'm calling in regards to BRD2, and it's about reinstating Mr. Latson. I am 100% against it because to deny or question the Holocaust existence is to deny that evil ever exists or currently exists. Please do not reinstate Mr. It will open the door for others to come in, and it certainly will escalate anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jessica Fenster. I'm calling from Palm Beach, Florida, and I'm calling in regards to the agenda item BRD2. Again, it's B as in boy, R as in Robert, D as in dog, 2. I'm calling about the Palm Beach School Board having a revote on Wednesday, October 21st, on whether to reinstate William Lawson, the former Spanish River High School principal. He denied the Holocaust, and I do not think he should be a principal or any type of employee of Palm Beach County school system. He should not be teaching in any way, shape, or form, denying such a tragic and horrific event that killed over 6 million people, mostly Jews. Please take my vote into consideration. I know there are a lot of people that agree with this, and it is the best thing for our community. I appreciate the consideration. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Elon Rosenblatt. I live in Palm Beach County, and I'm calling in regard to agenda item BRD2. This is in regard to William Latson, a former Spanish River High School principal who denied the Holocaust. I think as an educator, I'm shocked and dismayed at him denying the Holocaust, which I consider an anti-Semitic comment. This affects me personally, as many of my family were murdered in the Holocaust, and I'm family of 8. Only my grandfather managed to survive after enduring horrible atrocities. And for him to have an educator, someone represented, paid for with taxes, to claim such a thing, I think is appalling, and I think a statement needs to be made. Then among other civil atrocities, denying the Holocaust is again, we would have to be careful with all equal rights, and I think this is one of them. And I please reconsider rehiring him, because I'm deeply offended at what he had to say, especially considering he represents educating the future minds of our country. Thank you.
This is Adam Shamison in Boynton Beach, Florida. I know that the rehiring of William Latson, the professor, the principal who espoused a position that the Holocaust never took place, is being considered for rehire. I am 100% against him being rehired. He should never be a principal in any school ever again. And I find that the board, even considering this, is so out of their league to even consider this again. It's an absolute injustice, and it's a slap in the face to the Palm Beach Jewish community. I'm 100% against it, and that's all I wanted to say. And I think it's a terrible, terrible consideration that you're even considering doing this for someone like this who's so anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Ellen Schusterman. I live in Boynton Beach. I'm calling about the William Latson situation. Schools obviously are there to teach our children and everybody the truth and real facts. We all know that the Holocaust is real history. Holocaust deniers are now being taken down by Facebook and other social media platforms. They are stopping Holocaust deniers from posting fake facts. If they can do it, certainly the Palm Beach School Board can do the same thing. It makes no sense whatsoever for them to listen to Holocaust deniers and to things that are not true and pass anything along that is not true. Therefore, William Latson and other administrators obviously should allow in our schools anything about the Holocaust that is factual and should not have to cater to Holocaust deniers at all, because just like the social media people, they should be able to stop them and all their phony information. So please go ahead and do that. As far as William Latson goes, either fire him or make sure to put him through courses where he can learn the truth and be allowed only to support the truth about the Holocaust in our schools, which is what educators are supposed to do. Thank you very much. Bye.
These comments are in reference to agenda topic of new business, item BRD2. Good afternoon to the members of the School Board of Palm Beach County. This statement comes from William Latson, former principal of Spanish River High School. It has come to my attention that on Wednesday, October 7th, after the Palm Beach County School Board voted to reinstate my employment, my attorney, without my knowledge, issued a statement. The statement that I make today, this statement, is my sincere statement. When I wrote to a parent in 2018 that as an employee of Palm Beach County Public Schools, I could not state that the Holocaust was a historical fact, I apologize to the Palm Beach County community, the school board, the school administration, the parents, students, teachers of Palm Beach County, the Jewish community, and everyone offended or hurt by my mistake. I am not a Holocaust denier. I have never been a Holocaust denier. I am sorry that my comments caused people to think that. Palm Beach County Public Schools have an exemplary Holocaust education curriculum, which I ensured was taught to every student without exception while I was principal of Spanish River High School. I am sorry that my comments caused people to question that. Some may say this apology comes too late, but I believe it's never too late to do the right thing. The right thing for me to do is to make this sincere apology for the trouble my ill-considered remarks caused and express gratitude to Judge Robert Cohen for putting aside public and political pressures to follow the law. I hope that the board will accept this apology, and I will also follow the law. Please let stand my reinstatement and assignment to the assessment department, which you previously approved. I assure everyone that I intend to serve faithfully and honorably to advance the Palm Beach Public Schools mission. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and have a nice day.